Good morning, everybody. There's 4 of us in chambers. We'll get started in a couple minutes. All right. Good morning, everybody. Today is the second day of budget hearings. To set the table for us today, we were supposed to have juvenile court. They said they had a full docket and therefore could not appear. And also municipal and traffic court have asked for a slight continuance, which is ironic. The judges are asking us for a continuance, but we're gonna go ahead and give that to them. So in order, we'll start with Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, Nord, Parks Millage. Remember, we're doing that because I think the CEA requires an annual report after the raising of the millage and their combination. Office of Independent Police Monitor and then New Orleans Coroner's Office. So Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, if you please come forward and have a seat. And I know we have some colleagues who are in the back who are listening, so they're here. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council.
Ms. Williams, one of the things we're doing is our budget chair directs these proceedings. The council members that are chair of appropriate committees actually facilitate. So you can name your panel and start your presentation when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Council. I'm Ms. Williams, and I am Deshelle Williams, the interim director of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. I have Ms. Brandy DeLarge from budgeting, and also Ms. Lee Reisman, who's the superintendent of supportive services at the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. All right. I'm ready. Ready? Okay, the mission of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center is to transform youth lives through restoration, rehabilitation, and reentry. Our vision is that the New Orleans Juvenile Justice Intervention Center will foster an environment that recognizes innovative thinking while providing staff and youth with unlimited learning and developmental opportunities. JJIC works towards the rehabilitation of court-involved youth and has a commitment to growth and continuous improvement through the provisions of counseling, education, case management services. These commitments will result in the New Orleans Juvenile Justice Intervention Center being recognized nationally as an innovative leader providing quality evidence-based juvenile detention practices. Next slide. Our next slide is our organizational chart for the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. At the top of the chart, there's the director, executive secretary, security manager, system security manager who oversees the grounds patrol. And then in our other leadership positions, we have the superintendent of residential life, which is the position that I previously held, and the chief operating officer, superintendent of building maintenance, and superintendent of youth supportive services, which Ms. Lee Reisman oversees.
Yeah, you don't need to name all those positions,
All right.
just the leadership position.
All right. All right. Some of our 2022 department accomplishments, we'll start with the Intensive Home Community Supervision Program, which is a program that originally started with a capacity of 15 youth. And we have increased that capacity in 5-count increments. And that program provides wraparound services, not just to youth detained at JJIC, but the whole family unit. Those kids are coming usually with a low race score and has touched the system for the very first time. And instead of having them detained at JJIC, they're released to their parents back to the community with intense supervision from our reentry specialist that is overseen by Ms. Reisman and her team. Another accomplishment that we had at JJIC would be increased medical and mental health and professional visits inside the JJIC. To date, we've had 435 medical assessments upon intake, 263 discharge summaries for youth that would follow-up care that has been released from JJIC, 459 LCSW visits, 636 psychiatric visits, 511 social service visits with the social service team at JJIC, 996 legal visits, and 240 family visits. And that the family visits may seem relatively low, but that was because we are coming off the heels of COVID. Travis Hill School, that is another one of our accomplishments at JJIC. We have a 93% attendance rate overall. The other 7% is not that kids aren't being educated. They're either attending court, they're either in quarantine, as part of our continued COVID protocols, or they have a sickness or illness that keeps them from attending school. And something else I'd like to note is our partnership with Ubuntu Village. They are our parent liaison. If there's concerns or issues that a parent or a citizen in the community have about the JJIC, sometimes based off of false narratives or rumors, they will reach out to Ubuntu Village to with their concerns, and then they'll come into the facility and we'll organize a sit down to address those concerns of the parent or the citizens of the community. Just making sure that we are working to be transparent and open and honest about our daily operations at the facility. You want to go to the next slide? Next slide. I'll get into our departmental goals, safety and security. The goals for 2023, we're starting with safety and security, taking a look at our current policies and practice and protocols within the facility. It is our goal and our aim in order to attract new individuals to want to work at the JJIC, that we have to look at the safety and security of the facility, the safety of the staff, the safety of the youth, the population that we serve. And I think that would give the public a sense of safety, knowing that we are stretching those measures and doing everything that we can. So it is our goal to work on constantly improving our safety and security at the facility. Staff recruitment and retention. Like many agencies, we know that there's a staffing crisis at JJIC. The attempts are there to constantly hire, that we have ramped up our efforts to retain the employees, the quality employees that we have. So we are looking forward to continuing those efforts in 2023, hiring, not just quantity, but quality workers, making sure that we get the right people in place. For the population that we serve. And how do we do that? We do it through continued professional development, making sure that we have adequate training, making sure that the staff are prepared and equipped to work with the population that we serve. Next would be our rehabilitative and therapeutic programming. Due to COVID, in all transparency, our rehabilitative and therapeutic measures at the facility have not been has not met the level of expectation that I would like to see. We were limited in having individuals come into the facility to provide real structured therapeutic services to children. Most of the therapeutic services were kind of fostered through our social service department, but we are looking to partner with outside community agencies to bring back therapeutic services, rehabilitative and structured programming for the youth at JJIC. Next slide. You want to take over? All right, so I'll let Ms. Brandy DeLarge speak to our budget requests.
And is it on? Good morning, everyone. So at this time, like other agencies, with the vacancies being removed from the 2023 budget, that is why we see the reduction, but we are still full ahead trying to get people in, get qualified candidates to fill these positions as we move forward. And the operating budget is at a standstill at 3.249. And we went back, we did a projection for actuals and want to leave that extra wiggle room just for increases that could happen with contracts and other things in the industry. So there's not much that is being asked here, just asking to keep a standstill budget.
That's it. I'm open to any questions at this time.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
one of the things I'm very concerned about is FTEs. So at the end of 2021, how many FTEs did JJIC have?
FTEs. I don't have that answer for you at the end of the 2021 budget year. I don't,
Yeah, December 2021 headed into January 2022.
I don't have that answer, but I can get it for you.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just gonna say this again, and I guess we're gonna have to email everybody. Everybody needs to have that information.
Alright.
Because it leads to my next question. When there are 103.64 FTEs the next year. So that's an increase of 28 people. How many people are currently working at JJIC right now?
64.
64.
Mhm,
So that's 40 vacancies that have been unfilled.
correct.
And sort of the average the last 2 years has been somewhere between 50 and 60. Is that about right?
Correct.
Okay. The FTEs proposed for 2023 is 60.5. So if you have 64, do you anticipate losing people or should the number be 64?
No, we don't anticipate losing anybody. We hope to gain more employees.
Okay, well, I guess at least according to my budget numbers and what we have, it says 60.5. So again, I want to make sure if you have 64 employees that you're budgeted for 64 people, not 60 and a half. Yes, ma'am.
It could have been when the snapshot was done, that might have been the number. So we
Uh-huh.
can make sure we have that number get updated. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, would you mind doing that by tomorrow, please?
Yes.
Just because, look, there are a million moving pieces with the budget right now,
Mhm.
and if you have people who are hired, I don't want you all to come to us on January 2nd and say we can't make payroll because we have these many employees. We want to make sure you have what you have. Or if you're at 64, then is the plan not to build in any more personnel to hire? Are you at the number that you need?
No, we're not at the number that we need. The plan is to build in more personnel to hire.
Okay, what would be a reasonable number if you're at 64?
By department or overall? Because we have various departments at the
Yeah,
JJIC.
Overall, I mean, I guess, again, my point sort of being, we had 104 this year. The numbers, at least that we've received, is somewhere around 55, 56, 64, that's fine. I just want to kind of have an idea of, are we going to hire 10 more people this year or looking to hire 30 more people this year?
I'm trying to fill every vacancy that they have at JJIC, so I will go with the higher number. In order to provide quality services, we need bodies in place, quality bodies in place. So I'm trying to fill every vacancy that we have at JJIC.
How many vacancies are those, ma'am?
I think, I know it's about 48 alone in one department.
In one department?
Yeah, about 48 for residential life.
Okay.
It's roughly 48, but residential life is composed of 3 departments, which is dietary maintenance and direct care of services for children.
All right, does JJIC have a registered for those classified positions?
Yes, there's a register.
How many people are on the register?
I'm not 100% sure.
Can we get the answer to that too, please?
Yes,
Yeah, I just, look, I'm not trying to pick on y'all. This is for every agency, and we over budgeted certain departments last time. And now we're hearing a lot of, I need more people, and we're just trying to figure out where the sweet spot ought to be. And the only way I can do that is by having data. I see Dr. Weiss here in the audience.
yes.
Is Tulane providing social psychiatric services?
Dr. Weiss is under the Children's Hospital contract.
Okay, what's that contract, ma'am?
It's the contract to provide medical and mental health services to the youth at JJIC.
And how much is that contract for?
$1.5 million.
All right. And is that contract firm? Does it need? I hesitate to ask, does it need additional money? Because almost everybody's going to say yes, but you know, is it enough to serve the kids who are in jail right now?
We just re-signed that contract and it's good into November of next year.
Okay, so I guess maybe a better way of asking the question then is by just executing the contract, you feel comfortable with the amount that it's for?
I think we're gonna ask for an amendment to that contract because the cost of inflation, JJIC is totally responsible for all services, medical and mental health services, medication, lab work for kids that come into the facility. Some of those kids come in and they do have Medicaid, but because they're detained, technically they're considered incarcerated and we can't bill Medicaid. It's not funded by Medicaid dollars.
Let's take a step back. Is there a way juvenile court can help with that? I mean, in other words, if they're not really detained, but Medicaid could pay for it, then obviously without committing any fraud, is there a way to make sure the federal government's covering it rather than city dollars?
So we sat down with the Department of Health and Hospitals, and when I say we, I'm speaking to myself. Prior to Ms. Reisman coming, I was supporting the medical team, and we were told that we could not bill Medicaid, that it would be considered fraud. And so JJIC was as temporary custodian of the youth detained there, we were totally responsible for their medical and mental health treatment and services.
What do you anticipate the inflationary increase to be?
It's almost double of what I'm gonna say about pretty much 100% is double from like medication has gone up, the cost of medical supplies have gone up, over-the-counter medication that's needed for the population that we serve. Some kids come in with gunshot wounds and outside, coming to the facility with trauma, and we have to continue their services and make sure that they get the appropriate medical treatment while in our custody, even if the tragedy didn't happen while in our custody.
Okay. And if somebody goes to, for example, UMC, JJIC is responsible for that if they're in custody?
They're responsible for the continuum of care. So if they went to UMC and was detained for some reason and was brought to JJIC, JJIC is responsible for the continuum of care.
If they're, and again, I'm just trying to understand, if they're at UMC for a gunshot wound, but not yet detained, then that's not JJIC.
That's not JJIC.
Okay. All right. I want to ask now some questions. There obviously been news reports about people breaking out of the jail. What steps have been taken to help deal with that? So
we've rewritten our safety protocols. I don't know if this is the platform to give all of the details. We're working also in conjunction with Capital Projects, and they can speak more to that about some of the changes that we're looking to make at JJIC. But in the interim, we've overhauled some of our systems and changed some of our policies.
Well, I guess two things. One, can you talk generally about the policy changes? And then two, since we have zero insight into what's happening with Capital Projects, let us know what you're asking for too.
Okay, so in terms of the policies, we've rewritten the policies and protocols that 2 staff have to go at all times when there's a release for any kid in the facility. One of those staff having to be a supervisor or a JDC3, which is considered a leave. Making sure that all transitions are called in to and from the starting and exit point. Making sure that our control room is in full observation and all eyes are on the movement until the process has been finished. And in terms of the transition has been finished, and in terms of the Capital Project, we're looking to do some overhauls of our card access system unifying the system, making it one, because we currently run off of two different systems, and retrofitting of some of our doors in the facility.
And do you have a back of the envelope cost on that?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a back of the envelope cost on the capital projects?
It's roughly about $600,000,
All right.
approximate.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I get it. It's just, again, we seem to be learning more in chambers about capital projects than in discussions. And then the last thing I want to ask about is, there was obviously a recent OIG report on the former director. Are there also policy updates about appearing at work on a daily basis and swiping in?
I don't think there was a need to update that policy. If you're a city employee, you are required to report to work unless you fill out an official leave request. If you fill out a request for remote work, but everybody at the JJIC is required to appear at work. And in regards to the card swipes for every just so I think it's important for everyone to know that every single employee at the JJIC doesn't have a access card to access the building. That was never the case. We assign swipe cards on a daily, but every JDC, every maintenance person, every dietary person doesn't have a individual card swipe that's specifically assigned to them. Administrators have those card swipes, but not every single employee of the JJIC has a personal swipe card. And that is also for safety reason, because if I lose my card in Walmart, that could become a safety issue.
I get it, but I think you also see what we're saying, which is if you have a swipe card, the purpose of the card is also not only to have access, but also to show your whereabouts. And if you can't match up swiping to being there, then that makes it difficult.
But we also have biometrics, and every single person with the exception of exempt employees are supposed to punch a time clock by way of their fingerprint.
And if you're able to query that, you should be able to tell whether or not any employee, from somebody who's a janitor to the director, was there that day.
With the exception of the director, but there's a clipboard, and every director, upper management, lower management, should be signing in at the front door. And there's also an administrative log that we must sign every morning.
Why is the director exempt?
And we swipe also.
Okay,
Yes.
but is the director exempt?
No,
Okay,
nobody's exempt.
all right. I just want to make sure. I guess then for me in closing, again, just so we can try and understand where things are, my asks for the end of the week are, what were the end number of FTEs December 2021? What are the FTEs right now? What is the breakdown of the need? And how many people are on the register for that need, and how long they've been on the register? Any evidence about the Children's Hospital contract and amending that, and then the capital improvements as well. We just, again, we're particularly when capital projects comes next week, we want to be able to ask them, well, where do we stand on A, B, C, and D? So it makes our lives a lot easier when we have that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Good morning, JJIC staff.
Good morning.
I want to first preface my comments with saying, want to keep the audience aware that although we're dealing with the budget right now, and it's dollars and cents, black and white, we're also dealing with kids. We're also dealing with lives. So there's more than just one measuring stick. When we talk about success, you're talking about what's needed and what's not needed. Okay. How many openings do you have total? And you said 48 with housing, something like that. But
Within residential life.
but how many total at JJIC do you have?
Yeah, you can get it. Okay. If you could give me a minute, she's gonna pull those numbers.
With the 48 at the residential housing, what is the starting pay?
For JDC, one is approximately like $16 and some change.
Okay.
And that was just since the increase.
All right. What are the requirements for that position?
You have to, one, have a high school diploma, and I'm gonna just start with a JDC one. You have to have a high school diploma. You have to, have experience, at least 6 months to a year experience to get on the register. You have to take a psychological evaluation. You have to be seen by, the psychologist, Dr. Drawley. You have to pass a criminal background check and a DCFS, child abuse and neglect check.
Okay. So roughly $33,000 is to start at a JDC one. That's the entry level job.
Yes,
All right. And how many of those are open?
I want to say approximately 9 positions.
All right. So what are some of the pitfalls that would make someone not want to apply or work for JJIC?
One would definitely be the domicile, and then two, past narratives. I think in order for people to really, see how far we've come, they have to come to the facility. They have to see the work. Again, I've sat before this very council and I said, come impromptu, come see the work that we're doing. Are we on our way? Yes. Have we arrived? No. We know it's a lot of things that we need to do. But we are putting ourselves in position, not just as an agency, but also with our partners, Travis Hill School, Children's Hospital, just all our networking partners. It takes more than just the staff at JJIC to make this place run. And so what we realized, and when I say we, I'm gonna speak for myself, Dr. Weiss, Mr. Byron Goodwin of the Travis Hill School, is that we couldn't go at it alone, and we get better results when we sit down and we put our heads together to find a resolve for the common good of the population that we serve, and not big I, little you, this is our facility. No, we operate unified as one.
All right. So do you, in your opinion, as the interim director, it's still interim, that's the interim,
Correct.
the residency requirement is hindering the employee.
It's hindering us, but we've managed to hire some quality people from New Orleans and outside of New Orleans, equally the same.
All right, so I think Councilmember Caruso mentioned the recent report. Maybe you did or didn't. I think it's very important to state you're not Keyshawn Webster.
I'm not Keyshawn Webster.
So his shortcomings, his faults, his additional spending, it's not a reflection on you. I'm actually, did you have any control over the spending or the practices when he was over JJI?
I had no control. He was my boss. However, in my current role, I'm still assessing and trying to get an understanding of money that was allocated. I'm working very closely. I've been given the support I need by this administration to get a full understanding of the budget. I was very clear when I was asked to take this interim role that the budget was a weakness for me, but they're pairing me up with the right people so I can get a full understanding of the budget. I want to spend in this interim role wisely. I want to spend according to the rules. I want to do it the right way.
All right, so I believe, and this is in my personal opinion, not speaking for anybody else. When you look at JJIC, maybe other departments, the wins are about success and compared to previous administrations or previous supervisors. When I say success, I mean, are the children being treated correctly? Are the children being provided for? Because at the end of the day, these are children that we're talking about. Although the adults are the ones making the decisions and having the conversations, it's the children, the ones that are affected by these conversations. All right. Since you've been there, the number of physical altercations between the youth that's there, have they gone up or are they going?
There's been a tremendous decrease. I spoke to that at the last quarterly update. We have 0 critical incidents. We have about 1%, what I would call minor incidents, but in terms of critical incidents, no serious injuries where kids have been assaulted, staff have been assaulted and had to seek treatment outside of the facility.
And how many were there before?
I don't have the actual percentage to date, but I could get you those numbers.
So since you've been there, it's been 0.
Yes,
So let's say from January to November of last year, about how many were there? How many critical incidents?
oh, it was maybe about 20-30%.
All right. That's a huge decrease, which is a huge improvement. We hear a lot about break-ins. We have 4 individuals that broke out at JJIC either earlier this year. LTI and Bridge City have their issues. Since you've been interim director, how many breakouts?
Escapes,
Escapes.
0.
0 escapes.
Mhm.
So since you've been interim director, there's been 0 serious critical injuries or critical incidents and 0 breakouts. Okay.
Correct.
Real quick, for those who are not familiar, what are the type of charges the children have that come there?
So our top charges at JGIC, I actually have that. Our top charges at JGIC, simple burglary, armed robbery, illegal possession of a handgun by a juvenile, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, simple criminal damage to property, attempt murder and murder.
So you're dealing with children that aren't Boys and Girl Scouts.
Correct.
There are no breakouts, escapes, critical injuries, critical incidents. And under your tenure, I would say is a success.
If I may, I'd just like to add what aided in some of these success and changes is our restorative approaches and practices. So before we let things escalate, we like to sit down and do restorative justice. When we know that there's an issue, we try to get in front of it. We have JDCs, some school staff that's trained, social workers trained in restorative approaches. And so we try to sit down and talk about it and mediate it and come to a resolution opposed to just letting it linger and fester.
And let me say, I've been there, been in JJIC as a just kind of walking around touring it, and the amount of respect and admiration the children there show you and your staff, it's commendable. You could see the sincerity when you talk to them and when they respond to you.
Mm-hmm.
You can see when you walk in the room how they sit up straight,
Mm-hmm.
their attention, and really try to impress you, try to get your approval, not just you, your entire staff. And it's important that we realize we're talking about staff, about children. So one of the visits there, I saw kind of just had to sit back and realize they have some serious charges,
Mm-hmm.
heinous crimes, but at the end of the day, they're children.
Correct.
Some of them haven't gotten an opportunity to live yet. People on this dais and in the audience couldn't survive a moment in their shoes.
Correct.
This is real talk.
Mhm.
And I just sat back and I realized that there was a 15-year-old, some boys, they were just sitting down eating pizza,
Mm-hmm.
just laughing, talking. And it dawned on me that just like this is the first time in their short lives, or one of the few times, they can be children.
Correct.
And you look at you like they're no different from me, from anybody else, but they never had the opportunity. I'm not condoning what they've done.
Mhm.
because some of them have done some pretty bad things and should be punished accordingly. But when you step back and realize these are children that really never had a chance to be a child. Let me give you an example, and I'm gonna stop talking after this. I talked to one of the children, and he had a serious charge, and he said, "I've never met my dad. He was killed before I was born. My mom has been incarcerated most of my 15 years on this earth. And the only example of a man I had was my brother, who was he admitted was not the best example of a role model. And he's 15.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he has a child on the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, if we can't get to this young man now, what's going to be in store for his child that's on the way when that child is 15? So how do we break this cycle while we have this chance to go? We can fix two lives, his 15-year-old and his unborn child's life, or we can just we can destroy two lives, his life and his unborn child's life. So I just really want us to realize that on the dais, in the audience, watching, that at the end of the day, these are children. They're going to be back into society, whether we like it or not. Most of them will be. Some going to do some hard times somewhere, but we got to make sure that we put individual feelings aside and politics aside, and realize the children are the ones that are going to be affected by our decisions. And for people that say we give too much money to the criminal justice system, you're asking for almost $7.7 million. Not all of this is punitive. Not all of this money is going to be used to hurt a child or to punish a child. A lot of it is going to be used. A lot of your budgets is for personnel. Operating budgets like 3.2 million, but a lot of that is to make sure when they get back into society, they're better children. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna stop talking. Can you give us the story real quick about the child that was charges were dropped and he came back in, or he tried to come back?
Yeah, so that was a kid that was released from JJIC, and he he was released, I'm gonna just say roughly at about 3:30, and about 6 o'clock, he was at the front steps because he really didn't have anywhere to go. And the circumstance at JJIC obviously was better than what he was facing on the streets. He was released, the mom picked him up, but they were homeless. And so the circumstances in JJIC again was better, I guess, for him. And so he went out and committed crimes just so he can come back to JJIC, because he knew he was going to be fed. He knew he was going to have access to a shower. He knew all of these things. And he said, this is better for me. My circumstance, you don't know my circumstance. This is better for me. And that's not the only kid like that. I think if we see what's happening on the news, and like you, I don't condone it, but I see these kids every day. 1100 Milton Street, I see them, but I see them in a different light. And I have some of my counterparts here who may, if the council allow, can speak to some of the encounters that they had. We just had Fall Fest, and we saw kids that's been accused of some very gruesome crimes actually on that rec yard. We had 16 agencies, 10 outside agencies, 6 within the departments at JJIC. And we saw children being children, sack race, beanbag toss, football toss, like they were actually conducting themselves like children. But you had to see it through the lens that some of us seen it through. And then when you know their backstory, you're like, well, they was on the news for doing what? But they acting the appropriate age right now?
This is real my last comment. I asked a young man, I asked them all when I go there,
Mm.
if you had one thing that could prevent you from being here, everyone never without fail say, if I had a father figure, if I had a mentor, I would not be here. Not an excuse, but that's what they all tell me. It's not rehearsed. You don't know, I'm gonna ask them that. And one young man, he said, I asked him, why did he commit his crime? might have been a car burglary or theft, whatever. He said, I got tired of my mom's I got tired of my mom asking men for money,
Mm-hmm.
and that embarrassed me. So I went out and got it myself, and he got caught getting it. So again, a lot of these kids live lives that we can't. Like, I grew up with two parents, went to private school. I couldn't imagine going and kill or do something because my mom is asking a man other than my father for money. And I get tired of seeing that. Can you imagine how that plays on a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old? So that is my last comment. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Thomas, but thank you for your presentation, and thank you and your staff, your doctors, Travis Hill staff, for all the good work you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The Brookings Institute report is right. It's consistent. I mean, those stories may be kind of profound and devastating for people to hear, but for the last couple of 100 years, that's the life of Black men and young Black men
I agree.
here in America. And so, I mean, at some point, if the society doesn't change, the stories about young men and now too often young women in the system, those stories won't change. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and I appreciated Councilmember King's line of questioning, and actually studies and data show that for any child that it's really, they need just that one adult, you know, whether it's a father or a mother or a godparent or a grandma or a grandpa, it's that one adult that's going to help them and lead them and mentor them and parent them. So very well said, Councilmember King. Also in that vein about overall better care for children, I think what you mentioned about LaChip is very important, about the fact that incarcerated children do not have LaChip benefits.
Correct.
And I think it would be important for us to work with our New Orleans delegation to find a path for a waiver so that we could ensure LaChip benefits for children who are incarcerated, because at the end of the day, that will provide not only, of course, improved medical services for them, but improved mental health and counseling services for them as well. So I'm committed to working down that path. It's going to be a heavy lift in the Louisiana legislature, but I think it's worth the try and the fight.
If there's anything I could do to aid the process, I'm on board.
I'm gonna call on you then.
I'm on board.
Thank you. I wanted to come back again to what Councilmember Jeruso talked about with the swipe cards, because I don't think I'm really understanding it. So I think you said that you have, and I also want to echo what Councilmember King said. You are not Dr. Webster. You are, forming your own path, and so I don't want to, be in that shadow. I want to be sure that we're moving forward with a new way and a new and better path. And I know that you're working hard on that. So I wanted to say that first. But when it comes to entrance and exit from the facility, so you're saying that there are certain employees that have a swipe card that is like a normal ID card, like has your picture on it,
Yes.
okay. And then you're saying that there's some employees that have a card that is just like a plain card or something?
No, it's a access card, but they get us, once they're into the facility and go through the security measures, screened at the front door, sign in, walk through the magnetometer. When they go to roll call, they are given a set of keys and a swipe, but it gets them through the facility throughout their shift, and then they have to sign it back in.
Okay, so they have to go and sign in to get one of these cards.
They have to go punch the time clock, biometrics, and then go to roll call, and that's where they get the daily information of what transpired on the former shift. And then at roll call is where they sign out their keys, their duty keys for the day, and their duty swipe.
Okay, so just so I understand, and I'm sorry if it's taken me a little bit, but it's just you go, once you go in and you punch in, then you get the swipe card.
Correct.
Okay, and how many of those employees do you have that don't have an actual card with their name on it?
With the exception of the leadership team, that would be reentry has it, because they that would be about maybe 48 employees that don't have an actual personal card
Okay,
or a set of keys.
okay. Got it. And then the leadership team, why doesn't the leadership team swipe every time they go in?
They should be swiping every time they go in, but sometimes, to just be honest with you, again, the two systems I spoke of, part of our building is operated by in telecom, and the other part of the building is operated by Johnson Control, and sometimes the system malfunction and you can't swipe in or out.
Wait, sometimes the system malfunctions. How often does the system malfunction?
It'll go offline periodically. It's not an everyday thing, but sometimes it will go offline and then it'll reboot and come back online. And this is why we have other measures in place, which is our grounds patrol team.
Okay, so you said it's not every day, but it's periodically.
Mm.
That's making me think that it does happen often. You can be honest with us.
I'm saying maybe in a quarter period, it may happen like about 4 times.
4 times in a quarter of a
Yeah.
year? Mhm. Okay, and when it goes offline, how long does it take to reboot?
Maybe anywhere from 24 hours to 3 days, and if we need to get a technician out.
24 hours to 3. Okay.
Yeah, usually our securities manager will work with the company and they'll bring it back up. But again, this is why we're trying to unify the system, and this has to do with
I would think this is like super urgent that we need to, fix the system to what it needs to be. I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been more urgent work by the administration to get this done and handled.
they have been working diligently. Every time they repair it, we running into other issues. And so I think that is, again, the information that was shared with me by both companies is that the systems don't talk to each other. So when one system goes down, and we call a technician out to bring it up, then the other system go down. We operating off of 2 different systems, a system on the new side and a system on the old side.
Yeah.
So it may, when it go down, it may just affect the front door. It may just affect the salad port door. It doesn't affect everything all the time. And they have been, every time the company has come out and they say, oh, it's fixed this time, but it's not fixed. So that's why, I was put in a request for a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that because this sounds pretty scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It keeps me up at night.
It should keep you up at night. And I'm sorry that, you've been putting in these requests and the complete overhaul hasn't happened. What is the cost to do the complete overhaul?
It's approximately $600,000.
$600,000 to do that should have already been allotted and done. And if we would have known about this previously during mid-year budget, we would have already appropriated those dollars. Like this is the first that I believe we're hearing about, this, but it's certainly concerning, and we will do everything we can to urgently get this taken care of for you, because I certainly understand why it would keep you up at night. And I appreciate your honesty and your candor in this. All right, well, clearly we have our marching orders here. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I've seen this. This is going to be a standard thing you're to hear today, but we all understand you're not Dr. Webster. Unfortunately, because we're doing the budget for 2022 and the last budget was 2021, and Dr. Webster was, in fact, at that time, the head of JJIC, we have to ask questions about it. My first question, which is pretty straightforward, as the interim director, I'm assuming you've read the IG's report, correct?
Correct.
And largely, do you agree with the findings in the report or do you dispute the findings in the report?
I would say the findings are the findings, and I don't have anything further to add.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge that anything in the report is incorrect, since you're the new executive director versus being the old one.
No.
Okay. Following on Council President Moreno's point, I'm very concerned. So there are people in the C-suite, the executives who have a different card and they are not required to swipe in every day.
No, they are required.
Then how does some person get 13 swipes in a year?
I think the OIG report identified that.
Well, I think it would be helpful because I understand it's more than likely there'll be a lot of debate post this report. If there's an established policy, I know, like, for example, when I walk in my gym, there's a sign that says, be kind, but everybody has to swipe. I think it might be helpful to have a specific policy saying, even if you have someone following behind you, everybody has to swipe their card, because that might help us in a future date have a clear expectation that someone can't come and say, well, for the other 350 days, I was walking behind somebody and the door was open. That's the kind of excuses you get when everyone's not required to swipe. So it might be worth your while to have a policy saying everybody needs to swipe or check it in some form so we can be assured everybody's there.
Right. And so we do, again, you're welcome to come and see the operation, but we do have, for those like the JDCs who check their keys out every day after and swipe card after they clock in, there is a sign-in protocol at the very front door. So after you come through the foyer, which you are let in by control, for those who don't have a swipe, there's a security guard, and you should be putting your belongings through an x-ray machine, signing the login book, and then walking through the magnetometer. And so that is one way to identify your presence and you were in the building. And that's for everybody, regardless if you have a swipe or not. And then for those that are not exempt, that non-exempt employees, they have to go clock in, again, use their fingerprint and then report to roll call to sign out their keys. So that's another point. And then at the end of the day, you should be signing out. And if you take a break or you leave, what reflects in ADP should also reflect in a signing book at the front door. So if I had a doctor's appointment and I don't normally or typically punch in because I'm exempt, then I should be signing the administrative log 8 to 12, signing out on a second log at the front door as I go out the door.
Okay. Well, I think it would be helpful just for our edification if you guys, when you update that policy, you can make us aware of it, because obviously we're all the same goal there.
And if it's okay with you, Councilmember, Mr. Thomas came
Call
in.
Mr. Thomas up a
Oh,
little bit anyway, but you call up early. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr. JP Morrell. Is it on?
You got to lean into it. You just got to lean into it. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I guess as it relates to the absenteeism, the biometrics punch-in is happening, so there will not be no
Mhm.
absenteeism. When she talking about the swipe card, that is to navigate the actual Juvenile Justice Center. When I first took it over and they had the escape and mayor put me over here, I went and did an assessment of that. And my issue was that the swipe cards can get you throughout that jail. So we actually cut off certain swipe cards. You can only go so far with those swipe cards. So the swipes cards is just to navigate through the Juvenile Justice Intervention System. That is not to determine if you actually coming into the building or not. Your biometric fingerprint was saying that, yes, he was or she was there, and then when they left. So I just wanted to make that clear, that the swipe card is not what actually say that you're there or not there.
Okay. You can save it for this question, and this is kind of a big one for me. How much oversight does the executive director have over discretionary spending? It's like when I look at your budget, I don't see really a pot of money that's really discretionary, like a specific fund that's like a capital fund or anything that is directly under the control of the executive director. I know you're the interim, but I guess my question is, at this point, we have a report from the OIG about soundproofing offices and trying to get dog bills paid. My question is, what pot of money was that coming out of?
I'm gonna turn it over to
Oh,
Sure.
all my friends are here today.
We're here in full force. Good morning. Yes, just like we do the budget now, which we are adopting the operating budget, they would be a part of the capital budget as well, right? And so, and hopefully, I think some of the things we talked about, I know specifically in our individual conversations, we're looking into moving dollars there with what we call fund balance and also ARPA. But there's no discretionary, I think from the perspective of what you're talking about. If we had agreed to it, it would be aligned with the capital budget from the question that you're asking. directly.
Then how was the soundproofing paid for? Because obviously from what we got from the IG report, it didn't come out of pocket. The city paid for the soundproofing. What part of your budget? And I say this because everyone up here agrees with what you're trying to do in the mission of JJIC. I agree 100% with what Councilmember King has talked about. He has been very passionate about the youth of our city. Was it $15,000 to soundproof a room? That money came from somewhere. And if it came out the JJIC budget, that means that was money that was supposed to go to kids that went to soundproofing. If bills were paid for dogs to get treatment, that came from kids and it came out of this budget somewhere. So my question is, where did that money come from and how are we going to ensure, and like I said, not towards you, madam, because I think you're doing a fantastic job, but we've identified that there is an ability somewhere in this process for a prospective executive director to have discretionary spending. I agree with you, with your principally saying, Mr. White. I think that when you have a capital budget that's published, that's being overseen by the administration, every dollar lines up. What I'm saying is these dollars don't line up. We need to find out where this money came from and close the loophole from doing this in the future.
Through the chair, I hear your point. I don't know specifically what you're referring to, but I can go and look at it. But prospectively, what we have from a budgetary standpoint, each department have the ability to spend based on delivery of of the projects and goals. And that's just established, but I have to look at specifically what
Well,
you're
and I mean, I guess the question is I know Mr.
details.
Thomas is in charge of, so JJIC is now under the Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Correct.
So the assumption would be if someone wanted to spend $15,000 on soundproofing, you'd have to go to Mr. Thomas for soundproofing, and he would probably say, you don't need soundproofing, correct? My question is, we need to get to the bottom of who approved $15,000 of soundproofing if he couldn't do it on his own.
Through the chair, yes, we can look at it. I mean, there's approval process throughout the programs, even through financial programs, so we can locate it. I just got to get the details of the specific issue you're referring to.
Okay. Generally speaking.
Wait. I'm sorry, Mr. White, one more thing. We got a letter yesterday from IGR asking us to meet with departments for budget process. I'm just gonna suggest we start doing that like August or September. I mean, asking to meet with us while we're in the middle of preparation is not helpful to you really, or to us. And we need to have these conversations. I'm gonna hang
I
on.
was say I wasn't dumb, but that's okay.
Well, we're gonna have these certain questions we have to ask publicly anyway, but I think we have better insight than it makes things go more seamlessly. So we're not belaboring the issue of security or what costs what. We have better questions and we can talk a little bit more.
Through the chair, and I'm hearing the question that you just brought to me today. I don't, and I'll take it to Tara. But I think the intent behind that was, I think we had a conversation before we started these proceedings. And I think there was a statement saying there were going to be detailed questions. And someone can sit up here and for me, billions of dollars, to know what a $15,000 issue is, I would need to know that beforehand. And that way I can adequately answer the question. I believe that was her intent.
To that
that's
point,
okay.
the IG report has been in the hands of the administration for several weeks, if not months, before it was released yesterday. So as far as that specific question, it should have been low hanging fruit. That question was going to be asked today.
No, I understand. It was a statement I made in general. There are other specific questions that if we had ahead of time, we can answer it more fully. And I think that's the intent behind Tara's IGR's question or statement regarding a conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. My last question, and not my lawyer last question, actual last question is, in lieu of the IG report, I know that after many reports like this, we have them at the state OIG all the time. Are there different policies and recommendations y'all are going to take in-house to address some of the issues so they don't happen in the future?
Absolutely. I read the report. I'm gonna navigate through it and see if there's anything and show up with Ms. Williams talked about as it relates to anything that if any patch or anything is brought to the JJIC. That, and I worked very close with Ms. Williams, and like you said about the $15,000. We actually was looking for a machine to actually clean the facility, and that actually ran through me, and we talked about where those funds was come from and how that would be allocated. So I'm very involved with anything, especially a big ticket item needs to be purchased.
Correct.
That I will be involved in. They would definitely get with me, and we'll talk over where that money would come from if we have those expenses, because the priority is the kids. And that's where the priority
Well, I
lies.
think what helps everyone, I think honestly, is as a city, we don't write enough of our policies down, and when we don't write them down, they're not, we create a scenario in which there can be misunderstandings as you transmit between different leadership and different administrations. I think that generally speaking, since we have so many different organizations that are placed under departments, there needs to be a clear line of communication. It needs to be a written policy saying if you're going to do an expenditure, somebody has to kick the tires to make sure it's an appropriate expenditure, and not to be a dead horse. Like I said, it needs to be written down. I think that maybe after having bad reports like this, we should look at performance audits maybe for a year or two following and make sure that we've addressed the issues. But I appreciate you stepped into it. You have a policy. I strongly suggest, in the strongest possible terms, whether it be the biometric sign-in, whether it be expenditures, make it the written policy so that everybody knows what the policy is, so that we don't have misunderstandings. I don't think for a second with these particular accusations and these particular amounts that were spent, there was a misunderstanding, because soundproofing an office does not help children. Having a random dog in the facility does not help children. Those are not, I don't think it was a misunderstanding in that regard. But I think with the biometric sign-in, for example, I think that's a great way to track people going in and out of a building, sign in at the appropriate time. If you make it the policy, it also makes it easier that when you have someone, whether it's an executive director or a janitor who's not following the policy, you clearly have the grounds to say, well, we may find somebody else to do that job.
When I first took over there, I asked Mr. Shell Williams for those policies, and it's about a 200-page document. So I navigated through that, and I actually broke it up into standard operating procedures that the employees can actually digest in a 5, 6, 7-page document. Some of the stuff in the policies are that kind of high-level stuff that the day-to-day operation does not have to get into, but I actually read that policy and I broke it out into standard operating procedures for JJIC, just for the things that you're talking about, so that they can digest that. I don't expect the detention council to come up there and read a 200-page
No, I mean, I
document.
think,
But it's necessary that we have those policies in
Right.
place, and that the executive staff understand what those policies are. But for the day-to-day operation, I broke it down in the standard operating procedures that there will know day-to-day what it is that they need to do. They need to sign, and they need to punch in, they need to check this and check that. So I did that when I first
and
got
I'm sure you're already doing this, but always make sure they sign the handbook saying they read the policy, because
Right.
you always have individuals who go, well, they gave it to me, but I didn't read it. So
there.
I think you're on the right track. I think it's absolutely the way to go. And I appreciate y'all's time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, for a point of clarification before Councilmember Green.
Thank you. I have to step to the back for a quick meeting, but before I did, I wanted to let you know that Representative Royce Duplessis will be the one to author the legislation on lit chip waiver. So we can work with him on hopefully trying to get lit chip extended to help children who are cover children who are incarcerated.
Okay, thank you.
Respectfully, can we also make sure that we pull in the juvenile judges to make sure everybody's on the same page as it relates to the chip when we Mr. Duplessis?
Sure,
Sorry.
they're coming in. I forgot what day they're coming in.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody's at the table. So if Mr. Duplessis send his bill up, that the juvenile judges said we didn't have any input in it. So I want
Yeah,
to make
I
sure
would hope
everybody.
that they're in support of that. That would be really sad if they're not in support of that. But
Oh, I agree 100%. I just want to make sure everybody on the same page when we go up there.
thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
You're welcome. Councilmember Green.
Thank you all for your presentation today. Sometimes things come out in these hearings that are a little bit unfortunate, and they maybe get distorted. But actually, from what I heard today, it wouldn't necessarily be a distortion if someone in the media said security systems sometimes down for up to 72 hours. That was what was suggested. I need to get clarification on when the system is down, what is actually happening? Are there dangers? For example, did the residents who escaped last time escape during a security downturn? Or did the security pose a problem to the neighbors? Because depending on how this is portrayed and depending on who's watching, I'm gonna get a call from Pilot Land residents saying, are we at risk when security is down? So could you explain what that means and if there's any danger to either those who are there, who are detained there, staff, or members of the community?
There's no danger to the public. There's no danger. The only issue is that you don't have card access. You can't swipe your card to navigate, and you're navigating with hard keys.
But let me ask you a question,
Mhm.
because it's an important follow-up to that, and I'm not interrupting you, except that you mentioned something that kind of brings it to play something else that you said. You
Mhm.
said that when that happens, we have grounds security.
Grounds patrol.
Patrol.
Mhm.
So if it's not a risk of anyone escaping, what's the ground?
The grounds
patrol
patrol is on campus, is they're employees of the city. And so they there whether we have security issues or not. So they service the perimeter of the facility. They're screening attorneys that come into the facility. They're screening parents that come into the facility, programming partners and employees. So that's just an extra layer of coverage to make sure that things are in place and ran tight. But
Why'd you bring that up in the area of security being down?
no, I was saying that there's the
Suggesting
added,
that there's a greater chance of someone getting through the system or leaving the building when the security is down. Maybe I should let you finish. What happens when security is down for 72 hours?
we use our hard keys, our grounds patrol, they work just like JDCs, and so they added security at the facility. The JDCs deal with direct care with the kids. The grounds patrol deal with security from a standpoint when the public enters the facility. So again, if an attorney is coming for a visit who don't have a swipe card that doesn't work at JJIC, they have to enter through normal security measures, almost similar to going to a courthouse.
The attorneys have a swipe card?
No. So attorneys don't have a swipe card, parents don't have a swipe card. So the grounds patrol posted at JJIC 24/7 as employees of the city.
When they come through the main system, who's eligible to get a swipe card?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Main system.
When they come,
Who's eligible for a swipe card? when they come through the-
everybody at JJIC, the executive team gets the actual swipe cards, personal swipe cards, but the JDCs, the dietary, the social workers, they sign out a swipe card every day.
Does a grounds patrol officer have a swipe card?
The securities manager, he's the second in command over the grounds patrol.
Do laborers have a swipe card?
During the day, they have a swipe card.
So the system setup is I guess modern technology with the swipe cards, which that's why I had to put in place about the swipe cards and the two persons actually escorting people. Because if you get that swipe card, you could potentially navigate throughout the system. Before you can navigate all the way throughout the system, but there's a backup when the swipe cards go down, just like any technology, that they have a hard key. So when that system go down, there's the backup of the hard key that they can actually secure the facility. So it's just like any other technology. When your system go down, swipe card, if it comes here and the swipe card doesn't work for you all, you just have to go through the front door and go through the screening system. It's no different than that. That's what we're talking about, the swipe card. The swipe card is only for the executive staff. The staff,
Well, no,
It's-
come on. You know, in fairness to what I asked, I just asked you, do security patrol officers, do operating engineers, do plant attendants have access to swipe cards? That's kind of a yes or no. You said it's only executives, unless you're saying plant attendants are executives.
they have swipe cards, they need them, they can sign them out. That's what Ms.
They can sign them out. So
That's
they
what
have
Ms. Williams
access,
said,
well,
correct.
kind of, they have access to them.
Yes,
Okay.
they have to have access to navigate through the facility.
So when the system goes down, for example, they simply then get a key.
That is correct.
So anybody can get a key who's an employee. But there are limits to having access to certain more secure areas. For
Correct.
example, those-
So,
Those who are incarcerated, for example, you have limits on who can access those.
correct. There's restrictions set in the system as to who can access what space. But just to add, every employee, whether it's a laborer minus the the plant engineer, he gets a access card. However, every employee gets assigned a swipe card and a key. Because if it go out, we don't know. So you still have to have a backup to be able to maneuver through the facility. So no one is ever navigating through the facility without a swipe card and a hard key.
So the swipe card, however, is turned in before one leaves the building.
Yes, and the hard key.
Okay, the swipe card and keys are turned in.
Yes.
So every day there's a check-in, you get a swipe card and a key. Every day you leave, there's a swipe card and a key.
Correct.
Just so that the public understands, could you explain what happened during the well-publicized and very unfortunate escape relative to the swipe card and keys?
That was identified as a misstep by personnel that shouldn't have been taking somebody out that was distracted.
I know those words are used and it's already public now. What was the misstep? Now, if it's a security issue, don't tell me. But I think the public kind of, now that it's been brought out.
I prefer not to tell you because
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. It was just a misstep.
I would definitely talk to you offline if you want to do that, but that's why I was sent over there to do an assessment.
I don't want to know anything that the media wouldn't want to know, because then they say that we're keeping secret. So if it's a secret that because security is just a security matter, and it's probably not something that I need to know.
Yes, and that's when I went and did an assessment and we made some changes with Ms. Williams to ensure that that doesn't happen anymore.
It's been corrected
Yes, sir.
completely. Okay. I have a couple of questions relative to the policy memo. We say that there are policy memos. Are there policy memos that every employee should read and that we shouldn't accept that they haven't read it? Or what policy memo are we talking about that it was suggested that they might not have read?
There's a policy book that was probably a couple of 100 pages that talks about dietary, talks about medical, it talks about all these other things that doesn't pertain to the JDIC employees on a day-to-day as it relates to dealing with the residents of that facility. So I got with Ms. Williams and we broke it down into standard operating procedures that they can digest and read. And she actually had them sign a sign-in sheet acknowledging that they received it and they have read it.
Okay. How many employees is it in that would have that policy memo? Since not the larger one, the 200 pertains to areas such as dietary guidelines that they wouldn't be concerned about. How
So
many?
everybody,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So everybody on staff is given the JJIC policy manual, the much larger manual. And then everyone at JJIC, when Mr. Thomas came and did a standard operation manual, was given a standard operation manual. And that's been months. So to
Probably
date,
Right after the escape happened
Correct.
early in the year.
So they're given it and they acknowledge that they've received it and are asked to be sure to read it, the full 200 pages? or
No,
the
sir,
straight
no,
right?
no, the
Well,
standard
you know,
operations.
because you've used this to suggest a 200-page manual. I'm just asking, what do employees at the JJIC have to read and acknowledge that they've read to understand the policy?
both, they have to read, they have to get both. So upon hiring, part of our orientation is that they have to read the JJIC policy manual, the 200+ page book. And then now also the standing operating procedures. So they're given that in their first week of in their first day of orientation, along with the syllabus and acknowledging in the syllabus, they understand that it is their responsibility to read the policy manual.
So there are no exemptions to who has to read the 200 policies.
No, it's just like the police.
Everybody
department.
has to read it.
Yeah, we have our policy in the police department, which is probably several hundred pages, if not thousands of pages. But specific to your area of expertise, whether it be sex crimes, whatever, there's standard operating procedures within that the NOPD policy as well as the JJIC policy cover everything as it relates to that, as it relates to the policies, whether it be dietitian, whether it be whatever. So everything is covered in there, but not everything applies to everyone. But they're actually given an entire policy so they know what the policies are of that facility.
Okay, that's important. because I think the public wants to know that if there's a policy manual, no matter the size, since it's a security institution,
Absolutely.
that everybody knows what all of the policies are,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
even dietary policy, in case you move to that area one day,
Absolutely.
security to dietary. The organizational chart technically shows, I guess, a number of positions that, I understand that there are multiple positions, but the organizational chart shows like 40 or so areas, but you have 64 employees. Would I assume that that's because we have multiple laborers, operator, engineers, and ground patrol officers? And could you give me the numbers on those three, if the public would ask, so that they can arrive at the 24? How many laborers we have, how many operating engineers, and how many grounds patrol officers? And if you don't have those specific numbers, just let me know.
I don't have those specific numbers right at this moment.
I'd like to
But I can
arrive at
give-
I'd like to arrive at the 64, because at one time it was 100. That was,
We're constantly hiring and we doing job fairs. We have interviews Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're doing interviews, walk-ins. We constantly going through the list, the civil service list. Once they go through the list, if the person declined the job, they would still stay on the list. So we have to actually purge that list and make sure that we're not calling the same people over and over. But as the list get updated, we constantly reaching out to the people on the list to ask them to come in for an interview.
early during this council's tenure, one of the things that we did was to focus on the entire criminal justice system.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, it was reported that there were significant numbers of vacancies. I don't know what it was back then, only because I'm not looking at the tape. But in terms of progress, what sort of progress has been made relative to hiring? Are we now at a larger number? Because I was confused even back then, because we were focusing on other things, and there were so many vacancies. Have we been able to get a little bit more done relative to hiring?
Yes, we have been chipping away. Ms. Williams have been hiring JJC employees. We have been chipping away at that. We requested the domicile. And I think Mr. JP Morrell wanted to wait till the OIG report was out. So we're going to be bringing that ordinance back up to request a domicile exemption for JJIC as well as EMD. So we're going to be bringing that ordinance back up. And I think Mr. Morrell rightfully so wanted to know what this OIG report said before they give us the domicile exemption. And I think Councilmember Thomas asked about a sunset because he was concerned as whether or not if we did this domicile exemption, I think it may be in 2 years. I don't remember the exact time frame Councilmember Thomas asked about, but he talked about a sunset. If we release this domicile requirement, is that going to guarantee that we're going to get more people? And we cannot guarantee we're going to get more people. So I was in agreement with Mr. Thomas that we can do a sunset on this and see what happens. And then once we get the domicile released, then we'll be able to open up to the metro area and try to get more people into JJIC, as well as the working conditions are getting better. And like I said, the assaults are going out that Mr. Councilmember King talked about, and he illuminated that the facility is a better place to work at. There's less violence. And then we have some violent kids that's in there, but we just had a fall fest the other day, and I was out there and these kids were being kids. I mean, I don't know if you ever visited the place, but they're totally different when they're in a facility as opposed to when they're out on the street. They were acting like young juvenile kids, playing and having a good time and going to the different tables and getting candy and everything else. So we're gonna bring that ordinance back up, and hopefully we can get through that process of the domicile being lifted, even if for a sunset, a year or two, and see if we can actually pull in more people. But Ms. Williams is constantly doing interviews every week, constantly checking the register to get those numbers up.
I visited, and I appreciate the visit. I've also had a chance to speak, but I didn't get an invitation to the Fall Fest. So I just want to let you all know. There's 7
My
councilors up
apologies.
here who would have loved to have come to the Fall Fest to see exactly what you're saying.
The holidays are coming up, Mr. Green, so we're gonna have more function for the kids and try to make their life as normal as possible in a state of that they're in. And we try to give them some sort of the holiday spirit and try to make it as normal as possible in the situation at the end. So they're gonna be more events, and all the council members are invited to come.
Okay. we have a council fiscal office, which I appreciate analyzes and then asks questions. So I'm going to present to you a couple of the questions that have been asked by the council fiscal office. Do you have any performance measures or key performance indicators that aid in the evaluation of your department's performance? If so, what are they? And why are they not included in the budget document? That's directly from the council fiscal office, which would be kind of a question of mine too.
I can barely hear you.
Uh-oh. Do you have any performance measures or key performance indicators that aid in the evaluation of your department's performance? If so, what are they and why are they not included in the budget document that you submitted?
So I'll speak to it. Our performance measures, youth programming, that's kids that are in constant programming, school attendance, critical incidents. And so while we didn't send it in graphs and charts, they are referred to in our accomplishments. When there's no injuries in the facility, kids are going to school. We're not making the news for incidents inside the facility. That's success there. No escapes, that's success. So we do have performance measures.
I think Mr. Norman White would like to speak that as well.
Yes, through the chair, you're right. We're building those performance measures throughout the department. And then I think at this point, we weren't quite ready to add them in there. So you'll see that coming forward in next year's budget where performance KPIs will be in everyone's budget. We are working on it. We have it in-house. We're at the point of completing it. That's the budget package itself. That's notwithstanding how operations manage their operations. But we'll be in the budget.
Mr. White, though, you suggested that it would be next year. Why not just amend what you submitted and include what I just heard?
Well, we can
Easy.
include it, but I'm
I mean, we have to
saying,
respond to the public when they ask these sort of questions. And especially now that the council fiscal office has made it a public document, the bottom line is that those questions need to be asked. But since I've asked that, I would not necessarily do a brief memo. I would not necessarily want to say, I agree with you waiting until next year because we're being asked to vote on this budget in a month.
no, to my point is that what we put before you is the resources that the department need to form their mission. That's what we put before you. In the future, in the past, probably further than we would like to see, KPIs were in the book. In more recent period, they were not. We're adding them back in there for that purpose. It's already submitted to you, so we can amend it. However, once we complete it, it'll be part of the entire budgetary package once it's completed.
Okay. A second question from the council fiscal office. And I should know the answer to this first one, but did you receive mid-year adjustment funding? And if so, how much does the funding received from the mid-year adjustment ordinance factor into your 2023 budget request? For example, were positions funded as part of the mid-year that will be recurring in 2023?
While they look, I can kind of answer that question because if you recall, JJIC's budget was pretty large. And I think the reason why is because of unfilled vacancies. I don't recall if they received any mid-year adjustments that moved forward with it because they had the amount of money that they could use for anything they needed.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that they did, but I understand the council fiscal office wanting to know because there was general usage of monies that may not have been reflected that's going to JJIC, but that's another thing. Third question is, just for the record, so that the public is clear, the number of vacancies, how many current vacancies are there in JJIC? And also, how are you fulfilling your responsibilities now with those vacancies? And therefore, I ask you to comment on the overtime budget.
All right, so Ms. DeLonge did pull the actual FTEs for me, and I quoted 64. However, for JJIC, we have 47.5 FTEs. I factored in the 17 staff from Travis Hill, but we're not funding their, we don't fund their Travis Hill School, so that's where my 64 came from. I have 56.4 vacancies.
What's that number again?
56.4. And so we've made some adjustments in terms of what we're doing to fulfill those vacancy slots. We've gone to 12-hour shifts and we are utilizing overtime at this time to fill some of those gaps, but that's in every department.
You were using overtime all year, basically.
Correct.
That's, for the most part, your overtime budget is based on 12-hour shifts for every.
2 12s and an 8.
Okay, I mean, the bottom line is that it's unfortunate and it's not your fault. I sure wish that citizens of our city would, in larger numbers, consider working for governmental entities. And I know that you have vacant positions, but this doesn't change much from what it was at the beginning of the year. Scores of vacancies within an area of security that's very important to our youth. Tell the public how they join the JJIC.
You can go to NOLA.gov/JJIC and apply. Juvenile Detention Counselor 1, 2, 3, supervisor, social service worker, reentry specialist, dietary, laborers, plant attendants, grounds patrol, accountants, executive secretaries, office assistants. We are actively hiring by walk-in Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You don't necessarily need an appointment. If you have not filled out the application and you need guidance, you can come to the facility and we will assist you.
We're gonna
Also,
change all of this in 20.
Also, Mr. Green, we attend the job fairs that you host at UNO, and we
Yes.
appreciate that. And any other council member, job fairs that we're aware of, we set up a table and, go to those job fairs. So thank you for hosting those job fairs.
Yes, and I'm gonna continue to do so. Can you talk about the laborer position?
So the laborers are pretty much janitors. They clean up around the facility, ensure the quality of life for the youth in their living quarters. Pretty much they're just basically responsible for the cleanliness of the facility.
What are the qualifications?
A high school diploma, and that is a direct hire, and you don't have to go through civil service. So by the time I leave this budget hearing and get back to the building, I expect to see people waiting to see me.
Absolutely, that's the benefit of this. Please go over to the JJIC. There are positions that are laborers positions that the qualifications include having a high school diploma, and in some instances, the box has been banned. I have one last question. Once someone has been released, what does JJIC do to help such as the youth who return to the facility because he couldn't get support outside? What do you
So
what do you
we are
suggest?
actually trying to tie in something new. It's not official. Well, we will try to do 90 days of continuum of care wraparound services. But if a kid comes back to the facility and there's a need, if we can meet the need, we will attempt to meet the need or find the necessary resources so we can direct not just that you, but hopefully that family.
But what is officially done now? Nothing?
Well,
Someone is released, they're released to a family member and that's it?
yes, they're released to a family member. Again, our partnership with Bluetooth Village, they're in constant communication with the families after they leave JJIC. But if a parent comes back to the facility or a kid comes back to the facility, we'll have our social service department meet with that family to try to get an understanding of what's going on and try to direct them in the path of the necessary resources.
I'm a long-term mentor with the Silverback Society today at 6 o'clock at the Roy Glapion Center at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. We have a meeting and we are soliciting support from mentors, male and female, to work with our youth. And we'd like to work more, and we've made that entree once before to the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, whatever way we can work with you. But I will just make it clear that we want to work with you and we want to work with youth who are detained and also with them after they're detained,
And
after they're released.
And we also work with Judge Darrensburg to increase our intensive home services, which is the court mandated. So if we know that these kids are going to get out, we work with the judges to have them put on intensive home probation, not probation, but monitoring program, community service programs. So we actually have counselors at JJIC actually go out to the house to monitor these kids' behavior. And we actually asked the judges, and it was when I first got there, it was about 6 or 7 that was in this program. And we met with Judge Darrensburg, and now the courts and the judges are starting to send more and more kids to that so that we can follow their path and make sure that they're not coming back to see us in JJIC.
6:00 PM today at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. For those who say that there's not enough support out there for youth, I'm telling you that in addition to Son of the Saint and others, there are mentoring organizations that are making a positive difference. But you have a chance to get involved with one today that I highly promote. Silverback Society today, 6:00, Roy Glapion Center, Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. And I'll follow up with additional questions if so. I'll put it in writing. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Councilmember Green. A lot of questions from FTEs to vacancies to budget requests have been asked. One of my consistent questions is, have you submitted a list of budget priorities to the budget chair yet? Have you prioritized your budget?
No.
No, I don't.
No.
I don't think we prioritized.
What is it?
There are a lot I ask from a lot of different departments, and unless we're in an age where everybody's going to get everything they ask for, it's usually standard practice that you list your priorities, those most immediate needs versus wants. Do we have that list, and is it chronicled as such?
Through the chair, if I can answer that question, if you can hear me. Well, if you look at the budget book that was submitted, you'll see the approach that we use was going out to the public, and they defined what those priorities are, and certainly youth organizations and the like were a part of that. And so they are a high priority within the great scheme of things with public safety. And so that's the way we look at it. If you're asking a specific question regarding the interworking of their budget, no. But from the standpoint of the entire system, and where it fit in the priority of the administration is pretty high.
Yeah, I'm just asking in terms of most immediate needs to versus wants, especially because of the tone and the tenor and the questioning, especially of the hearing. It's been around safety and security of the facility. And also they've stated that for several years they've requested a certain capital requests, and those capital requests were not met. So what I appreciate, especially in terms of what this process should be, is that if those requests weren't met, then what did they relate to? Was it services? Was it employment? Was it securing the facility, especially since that's dominated the discussion here? So if there's been requests over the years, if the 600,000 or 700,000, what percentage of it would have secured the facility? What percentage of it would have prevented folk from escaping? What percentage of it would have kept the staff safe?
Through the chair, if I can, and that may be a two-part question. One, I hear you, and I think the things that we're taking away from this meeting, certainly we'll make those a priorities, and I'm not sure they weren't a priority before. We just got to get to the bottom line why they weren't completed. JJIC have been a tremendous focus on us, and the key is that's why they have the dollars. What we're talking about is making sure we do extra things to make sure they get the positions that they need, and I get the fact of the key entries and the swipe cards, and we'll pay a particular focus, and clear Chief Thomas will do that. But to me, the entire budget is for them. But we'll focus on the capital projects regarding the entry of the facility.
Okay, and so we've also entered a discussion about programming. What percentage of your budget is dedicated to programming when you take a look at your overall budget? What represents programming, rehabilitative services? You know, we've talked about, especially kids in juvenile detention centers, that most are not there for life. Most are there for a period of time until they age out, unless they've committed such a crime that they've been designated to adult facilities once they reach a certain age. So what percentage of your budget is committed to programming?
Approximately about 45 to 50% of my budget.
And which of those programs would you consider rehabilitative, are dedicated to those kids not coming back? And if you could highlight those programs that you know that are most effective in meeting that particular part of what your mission is.
Definitely our partnership with Job One, where our workforce program, it inside the facility, it teaches them job ready skills, resume building, working with the young artist movement, for those that have ambitions to be artists. Bringing back Preservation Hall, our music program. We had a lot of programs that these kids, once they release from JJIC, will definitely be able to participate in. Our mentorship programs, having Brother Hakim and Brother Calvin Pep come into the facility, just mentoring, teaching kids conflict resolution. And that's, I think, the number one thing that I see as not just as a interim director, but just as an employee in that space. Sometimes these kids have problems and they don't know where to turn to or who to talk to help resolve some of those conflicts and things that they're having, and they get deeper and deeper. But just definitely, again, making sure that we bring back Preservation Hall, that we try to expand on that relationship with Job One and Workforce, try to expand on the Young Artist Movement projects.
Are you keeping a list of the programs that most kids want to be involved in? So let's say it's of this 45%, you can say of the programming, most kids, either volunteer or they want to sign up to be part of this specific program. And which ones are they?
I would definitely say the workforce program, financial literacy, Preservation Hall. They love the music. The younger population they really into the music, but then we have a lot of artists, kids that like to draw, that have hopes and ambitions of becoming tattoo artists. And we also let the kids have a voice. We don't just pick the programs for them. We have a youth council, and they come to us with some of their programming ideas, and we try to seek out the vendors.
Have you ever, in your tenure working there, whether it's interim director or the position that you held, at any time in history, have you been there when it was fully staffed? The facility was fully staffed?
No, it's never been fully staffed. We've always operated at a shortage. I can recall there was a time almost 11 years ago where it was just 4 of us, and it was 12 people total and 4 of us running the building. I slept at the facility, like literally slept at the facility to make sure that we had coverage.
As someone who's been there for a long tenure, you've outlived and done work to keep you there past most of the directors. You outlive every director. Do you ever get a chance to list what you recommend based on your conversations with long tenured staff, your conversation with the kids who come there? Do you submit your recommendations in terms of what can best serve the facility? Because very few people have been there as long as you.
This has honestly been the first time that I've been able to say to an administration, I'll share my recommendations, and my recommendations are coming to fruition.
And I got two more points. Is there any special programming for kids? We hear these stories of the one kid who was allegedly arrested 61 times. We hear the one kid who went in and out 18 times in a year. Are there any special programs dedicated to the kids, the young men and women who recidivate? So it's something that's specially programmed for them.
Inside the facility?
Yes.
No, I'm gonna be honest, no, but that is something we could build upon.
Councilmember King, when he opened up, I think he set the table, and yesterday I gave some real life statistics about how Black folk, our prominent, dominant population, survive here, and the economics around that population. And I think it's important to lay context to every discussion here if we're going to be talking about solutions. So Councilmember King said, you know, we're not just dealing with the JJIC, we're dealing with lives, right? And so the question is, are we just locking kids up and not lifting kids up? Well, there's some realities here. 51% of children in this town live below the poverty level. 51%. And not just kids, Black kids live below the poverty level. In 1979, 1 in 10 white kids lived below the poverty level. Well, that was so alarming that there was a reassessment and there was a reinvestment that only now 1 in 50 in this city, white kids live below the poverty level. So we had Black kids in a crisis, and it's worse now. It's gone up. And when they recognized that white kids, the percentage of white kids were hovering below the poverty level, resources were redirected and invested so that now it's only 1 in 50. Our Hispanic brothers and sisters, our new immigrants, just since 1999, since 1999, when it started to spike for poverty levels for them, they've been able to participate in the economy where their levels of poverty for Hispanic kids has actually gone down to pre-1999 levels. People sounded the alarm several years ago when a report came out that said 54% of Black men are unemployed, even if they were qualified for certain jobs. Well, that statistic still hovers around 50% and going higher. So my question is, you know, while we're challenging the criminal justice system to do what it does, Councilmember King, I think you laid correct content to this. If we don't change those numbers around economics and around quality of life, then while we continue to suppress crime, this population is going to continue to participate in crimes. If you can't get a job, you're going to eat some kind of way. If the school system doesn't work, you're going to eat some kind of way. If the family's broken, you're going to eat some kind of way. Councilmember Moreno correctly said that one adult families are better than no adult families. But with the data center and others are showing that even one adult families are no resource families. So one adult and a child and resources and a job and some opportunity today, just even one adult isn't enough. So at some point, when do we intentionally resource that community, make impact investments to change those numbers? And so at some, you know, if we don't do that, then this age-old discussion will continue. You wanted to respond, Chief Thomas?
I just wanted to say from the JJIC.
And I see Doc wants to respond. Go ahead. Go ahead. So the programming to me has to also be targeted to deal with those economic realities and social realities that we face. Because as someone who grew up in Lower 9 and Desire, I had a lot of friends on the honor roll who spend their lives in Dangola. I have a lot of folk who have skills who spend their lives in prisons. So, you know, we make these assumptions based on, these pretty kind of people with pretty lives or what they think ought to work. But statistically, the data shows today's data, that it hadn't worked for a particular community, the Black community.
I'm Ashley Weiss. I'm a child adolescent psychiatrist, and I did all my training here in New Orleans. I'm part of the director of the 2-lane group that's partnered with Children's Hospital to provide child adolescent psychiatric services at JJIC. So just in general, there's a child adolescent forensic trained psychiatrist there 5 days a week, coverage 7 days a week, trying to increase the intensity of mental health care while the kids are there. Based on that experience and just working in the community, and I want to bring it up because you're bringing up some really important points, and Councilmember King bringing up this story. I mean, that's like one of 10 similar stories I hear every single day. I mean, that's the life of like kids are stealing cars because they don't want to walk on the street because they're going to be targeted and possibly killed. So I'd rather steal a car to get from point A to point B because I can't walk. Like that's just like unfathomable. So you're having to help them work through issues that, I mean, I certainly can't even imagine, but this is what they go through every day. I just wanted to bring up that continuity of care in this city is horrendous, and relationships are so important to these kids. Like when I say I'm going to see you Wednesday and I've got a relationship with them for several months, like if I don't see them Wednesday and they see me, they're like, Dr. Weiss, like they know, they remember, because trust and loyalty and relationships are so impactful. And so beyond just JJIC, like building a relationship with someone that they can trust, because the minute that most of their expectations get demolished, right? Like they're always being let down. So having someone involved in their life that can continue with them even beyond JJIC would be something to consider in programming planning, because we can plan with resources and have
Correct.
programs, but if the foundation isn't built in something that matters to the kids, then it's going to fail.
Yeah, but Doc, the reason why I'm going to continue to use these real life economic and social science statistics that are new, hot off the press during these hearings, is that if not, we're dealing with what we wish and what we hope. You know, the history of New Orleans is ripe with examples. This isn't new. We've been in the murder capital in 4 different eras. Poverty in the Black community has been the same for the last 70 years. Katrina didn't highlight that for those of us who've lived it. But Doc, we have a reluctance, right? So we can target a population for prison, but we can't target Black men and boys for prosperity.
That's what
No, but people are afraid to say those words, Black boys and men. Even when the Brookings Institute highlights it, we're afraid to say this social class needs special investment and special attention. We're afraid. We're afraid to single out that class. Black men and boys are so threatening now today to the overall society that we're afraid to say we need to make special investments and give special attention to this group. But then we're surprised why they're going nuts on the street.
Brother Thomas, if I may, I want to say 2 things.
Well, I hated to belabor this thing. I was trying to wrap it up. Councilmember, you mind if Councilmember King goes before you?
Please go ahead,
Councilmember King, then Councilmember Marino, and then I'll shut my mouth.
I want to say this, and if it offends people, then it's in the church. You can't say amen and say ouch. If I tell you that there are 40, how many people are in JJIC right now?
This morning, 54.
54. How many Black boys?
Everybody,
Everybody.
boys and girls.
100% Black boys.
All of them.
Girls. How many? So 90% Black men, young Black boys.
100% right now.
What's the breakdown? There's 54 total, 100% African American or Black, and what's the percentage of Black boys right now? 90? 93%. Okay. If I told you that it was a jail with 100% white kids, how would that change? Like, how would that change people's attitude towards what needs to be changed in this city?
How would it change?
How would it change?
the 1979 investment showed that.
So, and here's my point. When you are told so many times, because I believe if JJIC was 100% white, if I'm saying a politically incorrect term, then I apologize. I'm trying to make a point. That would be a call to action today to stop that, to figure out what's wrong. Why is that the case? For so long, it's been black, and it's been lack of attention to it, given to it. And when you're told that you're worthless and you're less so many times, not overtly, but subliminally, you start to believe that. You start to live that out. And here's a perfect example. You said sometimes you got to go there to see what's being said and how these kids think. I asked them, I said, how many white kids are here? And they laughed. They laughed. They said, white kids don't come here. They go home. Their parents come and get them. Or they never make it this far. So in their mind, they're already being told you're you're less than a child, same age, same sex, but your race makes you less. Because they already in the 15-year-old boy's mind, a white child doesn't belong in JJIC, but they belong there. They believe this. All right, they believe this. So there is a problem, whether it's a citywide problem or a state or just a national global issue, that these young boys and now girls believe that they are less than a child of a different race, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Asian, whether it's Caucasian. And that is a problem that we need to try to fix. And if we could spend money targeting crime areas and put people in jail, we should spend money, and NAR's coming up next, and they're part of the solution. We should spend money in trying to get these young men and women to feel that they are equal. And jail is they really think that jail is the only option for them. I couldn't imagine being 15 and thinking jail or death is my only two options by the time I'm 21. When I was 15, I was told I was going to go to college. I had an aspiration to being a lawyer. At 15, their aspirations are making it past 21, if you're lucky, and go and see people in jail that you grew up with.
Mhm.
Councilman Marino.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, go, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. I was
No, man, you're doing the Eugene. This
Don't
this
do
got-
it like that.
this got nothing to do with it. I've been quiet. Councilman Marino.
So, Ms. Williams, how long have you been interim director?
Since March 18th.
Since March. And weren't there previous stints as well when you had served as interim?
I'm sorry, say that.
Weren't there previous stints before that where you've served as interim?
Yeah, kind of official and unofficial.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the thing is, what I think is really important is to have a director like yourself who really cares about the kids,
Mhm.
who has the passion for this work, who is dedicated to this work, who has the knowledge around this work, the educational background about this work. But I hate it that you keep getting passed over by individuals who may look good on paper, but instead they're too busy not showing up for work or soundproofing their offices or whatever. And if we're going to talk about really changing the lives of people who are coming through JJIC, then we need someone like you to be the full-time director who has the passion to really care for the children who are coming through this facility. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Point well taken.
69% of juvenile offenders are functionally illiterate. Child poverty in this child poverty, black child poverty in this child is worse than it was pre Katrina. 1 in 3 black men are part of the criminal justice system. It's now 1 in 8 black women are. At some point, once again, people are going to have to not want to be ashamed to say what we're going to do with black boys and men or black girls. If the Brookings Institute can say, Doc, that there needs to be a new deal, at least a new deal in their 2021 report to deal with this particular group, then I don't think that an African-American community that has dealt with crime and abject poverty for so long needs to worry about being politically correct when you talk about investing in Black boys and men specifically, and mitigating some of the stuff that's happening with African-American girls, especially because of the disintegration of the family. So until we're intentional about investing in those groups, until we're intentional about reporting about those groups, until we're intentional about how we value and view those groups, this is not a new discussion. We've been the murder capital in 4 different eras, period. So if we can't look at a social class, if we could only look at a social class for prison and not for prosperity, then this conversation is going to continue. And we see the byproduct of it, period, all across this country. So what I tell people is stop being ashamed or politically correct to say Black boys and men, to be intentional about some of these young girls. It's not because you're against anybody else. It's because you're looking at the real social science. It's because you're looking at the real economic data. It's because you're looking at the facts of the disinvestment and the fact that every other social group, once they said that there was a crisis, highlighted in this report says there was some social and economic intervention that changed the direction of that social group. Why can't we do that with Black boys and men? Why can we not be intentional? Why can't we do like we did with the 1979 report that stopped from 1 in 10 white kids from being in poverty to now it's 1 in 50? Let's be that intentional, and I promise you, you'll get a better result. Councilmember Giarrusso, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. We know it was a long time, but it's also a good discussion. And I think what we need to hear, and is actually a good segue to Nord being next, about the importance in investing, both on the front end and interventionally as well. I have 2 comment cards. Mr. Perkins, you're up first. You get 2 minutes, sir.
All right,
You need-
my 2 minutes.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for taking all my words from my mouth. Everything you basically said was what I was going to speak to, but I'm gonna get to the point and just be very brief with, because I need to address this. I always believe that an ounce of prevention is better than a cure. Okay. Unfortunately, a child learns what he lives. If he learns hostility, then he's going to learn how to fight. It takes a village to raise a family. I know people say it takes 2 parents, but let me tell you something. I had the best parenting in the world, and that wasn't enough. It takes the preachers to care. It takes the teachers to care. I had a community center that we had crafts and hobbies that occupied my time and gave me something to do. They spent the money and they invested in me. And that's why I'm standing here today. Never been incarcerated in my life before in my life, but I'm not bragging about that. Unfortunately, for those that do, they were, I hate to say it, they were victims of unfortunate circumstances. Okay, and that's just the bottom line. We spend too much money, an inordinate amount of money on reactionary measures. Okay, when we should be spending money investing in people and children, so we won't be having these long, drawn-out conversations. It's ridiculous to think, again, like I said yesterday, we keep doing the same things over and over and over and expecting different results. That's insanity. Okay, until we start buckling down, and prioritization is what it is. It's all about. It's all about priority. But nah, we want to put these things on the back burner and address the things that we want to address and misappropriate money. Okay, I don't have a problem with funding. Okay, as long as it's justified and long as people don't do a Houdini with the money. Okay, because then the money, I don't care how much money you allocate toward whatever. If you don't do the right things with the money, then it doesn't reach the kids and it doesn't serve this intended purpose anyway. So it's futile. Bottom line. I know you give me 2 minutes, but I'm coming back on the Nord thing. I'm just going to stick around. I'm going to camp out here because I have to address this thing, but I wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I think your point is, your 2 points are really well taken, which are, just because you've been doing something doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. It needs to be changed. Number 2 is money doesn't solve all the problems. It's how the money is used, and then how it needs to be reallocated sometimes for different things too. Mr. Douglas, are you here? Chris Douglas? All right, and this will be our last speaker. Good morning, sir.
Morning, everyone. My name is Chris Douglas. I'm the business program manager for Xbox Game Studios Game Camp, property of Microsoft. Just wanted to come and talk about the JJIC, and also this will lead into the next docket item for the esports expansion into NORD. The program that we run is incredibly important for traditionally marginalized groups, and being able to give those people opportunities to have curriculum, have structure, stability in their lives. So being able to have things of this nature in this particular city, where all the other cities in the country are flourishing by supporting esports and supporting that economic expansion that comes from esports. But it's not just about kids like playing video games or, you know, being in the instance to just give them something to do. It's about building curriculum, helping them establish themselves in the industry, and giving them skills and core work that will allow them to not only expand the city's industry and infrastructure with industries that can come here, but also it builds a completely new pipeline of talent that you can take from the JJIC with giving these kids an opportunity. Because I know almost everybody, you know, there's almost 3 billion gamers in the world. So it's a really good opportunity for you to have these type of programs be here. Like the gentleman just said before, you need to be able to be proactive and not reactive. And these are all great opportunities to help not only build pipeline, but also infrastructure in our city with these type of programs that are available. So thank you. I use my time.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know about, and I think it's kind of the points that Councilmember Kings and Thomas have made, which is, you know, you need to see what is working and what is innovative and what kids are drawn to. And 20 years ago, this probably wasn't the same thing, but now that we have this type of programming available, how do we integrate it and make it work for anybody? And also, I'm sure if you want to beta test anything, that Councilmember Morel will be the first person to make sure that happens for you. So thank you all very much for being here today. We appreciate it. And we'll move on to our second item, which is NORD and the Parks Millage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much.
To the JJIC presenters, I'd just like to remind you that the Silverback Society and others would like to work with you. A good
6
source.
o'clock, Roy
6
Glapion.
o'clock, Roy Glapion Center, Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. No money is involved. Volunteer. I've been doing it for years, and I'm gonna tell you, it absolutely makes a difference because of the consistency. I don't talk about it a lot. It's just something that I know works, and it's not a budget item.
Right.
So I
We
appreciate it.
did have a conversation. We just
Yes.
needed to circle back and talk about what it would look like inside the facility.
Yeah, I understand the security issues and all. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thought is we let NORD go first, get through everything, ask their questions, and then we'd ask the park partners to come forward afterwards. Good to see everybody.
Yes,
Mr. Barabino, the floor is yours.
yes. Good morning, council members. So I want to talk about, start with looking at our agenda. We're going to talk about our department's overview, our 2022 accomplishments, our 2023 goals, and a 2022 budget summary and 2023 proposed budget. So I want to start with our mission statement. And our mission statement is to advance the physical, mental, and social well-being of New Orleanians by providing safe and welcoming environments for recreational, athletic, and cultural experiences. We aim to provide a wide variety of programming and access to families and individuals of all ages. And our vision is to be a sustainable and innovative organization that transforms lives. We are rebuilding North Sea into an agency to be proud of. It is what our city deserves, and our motto is something for everyone. Now, next slide shows our organization chart. And of course, I don't know if you guys need me to go through every item of it. Okay. And this slide depicts our 2022 departmental accomplishments. So this year, North celebrates 75 years, and we've been having a host of events and activities to celebrate and commemorate this year. We also received our CAPRA reaccreditation from the National Parks and Recreations Association, and CAPRA stands for the Commission of Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. And we are one out of less than 2% of parks and recreation agencies throughout the country that is certified. We've also identified a consultant for the Resilient Park Partnership Master Plan, and we're going to talk about that more when the park partners come up. We held our first National Seniors Day celebration since the pandemic, which had over 400 seniors present at the Joe Brown Recreation Center. We expanded our paid teen internship opportunities to spring, summer, and fall, while our teens operate from 6 to 8 weeks and they earn up to $600 to $800 by participating. And these are teens ranging from ages 13 to 17 years old. We started a robust junior lifeguard program to assist us with summer lifeguard hiring. And these junior lifeguards range from ages 13 to 17. And these are young persons that can swim, but did not and could not pass the lifeguard test. So we brought them on an internship basis, and they're receiving a stipend. We also renovated Atkinson Stern tennis courts and Morris FX Jeff basketball court. We participated in the Universal Base Income MasterCard program, where we had close to 100 citizens that received the MasterCard, teens and seniors. That yielded over, it was $800 at $200 a month. And those persons were randomly selected. We also hired a sewing instructor and a music band instructor for the first time in 5 to 10 years. The sewing instructor, those crafts are so hard to find, those instructors, and it was great for us to identify a person to come on board. Also with that, we hosted our inaugural Summer Teen Sports Challenge for teens 13 to 17 years old. We did 7-on-7 flag football and 5-on-5 basketball during the summer months, which operated from 5:30 in the afternoon till 8 p.m. And those at the end of the 6 to 8 weeks, they received a stipend of $400 for participating. And that was one of the measures that we did to take our teens off the street in the afternoons during summer months, and also to provide them with a stipend for participating. And we also had a host of different guest speakers and persons come out to talk to them as well. So in our athletic division, we had 5 teams this year that participated in biddy basketball. It was 54 participants, and these were the kids that were selected from the different NOAA teams to compete. And we had 3 boy teams and 2 girl teams. And our 12-year-old boys biddy basketball team won the national championship this year. We had 478 boys and girls participated in track and field, and we saw a huge increase in our Pee Wee track. And we had 373 boys and 81 girls participated in baseball and softball, and we had 78 little kids participate in T-ball this year. We also had 126 girls to participate in volleyball this year, and we have 1,521 boys ages 4 to 14 playing tackle football. And also with our middle school sports, we restarted middle school sports, which haven't taken place since pre-pandemic 2019. And we have 235 boys playing middle school football, and we have 85 girls playing middle school volleyball. And with our Fitnola program, we successfully continue to offer Fitnola classes in person, as well as on YouTube, Zoom, and Facebook. We've also implemented new programs this year. We have a new HBCU and a pre-professionals night in our Fitnola classes. We've also extended our programming to now offering cycling out of Gurn Brown and also adaptive Fitnola classes for those with special needs. This year, we've served over 9,136 residents compared to last year, where it was a little over 5,000 residents that participate in the Fitnola programs. This year, of course, you all know we had a challenge opening up pools for this summer, where NORD manages 4 year-round swimming pools, and we have 13 seasonal swimming pools that sits in our portfolio. This year, we were only able to get 11 pools online this summer with our 4 indoor and our 7 outdoor pools. And we average in our year-round pools around 2,000 visits per month, a little over 2,000 visits per month. But during the summer months, we had over 33,000 visits to the pools that opened. And we also started back our swim team, where we have 8 members on our swim team, and we have competed in 2 local meets where we've placed first place in 1 meet in different swim competitions, and we had a young lady compete place second as well. In our recreational centers, we're increasing revenue with our tennis facility over at Atkinson Stern due to the renovations that have taken place and new management at Atkinson Stern Tennis. We held our first National Women's and Girls Sports Day in March out at Joe Brown Complex. Also at Lafitte Greenway, we painted a mural in partnership with B. Mike and the Friends of Lafitte Greenway. Also, we're back hosting in person our holiday events, where we're drive-through. They're now in person with our Easter giveaways, our Halloween functions, and our Christmas functions. And now we have 9 rec centers that's equipped with a generator, with the backup generator connection switches in case of emergencies. In our multi-programs division, again, we've hired an instructor for the first time for 5 years. We've hired a NORD instrumental and music, a band instructor, and this hasn't taken place in 10 years. And we're looking to expand on that programming, offering kids something outside the realm of sports. Well, we have the music program that's going on, and that takes place out of NORD St. Bernard Recreational Center. We had an increase in our summer camp participation from 912 youth last year to 1,447 youth, and our teens increased from 557 to 738. And this year, the kids had an option to either attend a NORD camp or to attend camps at their school because they had programming offered at their schools this year. And also, again, we held our in-person back-to-school giveaways at Joe Brown, Rosenwald, and Morris FX Jeff. With our senior and special needs program, we've expanded the number of adoptive classes offered for Fitnola. We hosted our National Seniors Day event. We began planning also for our 2022 Seniors Christmas event that will take place. And we're now in a planning phase for our 2023 Mardi Gras Special Needs Ball, which took place in 2020 before the pandemic hit, and we had over 300 participants. And we want to invite and encourage our council members and elected officials to participate in this as same as then, because our elected officials escorted our attendees to their tables for that event. And this is just a picture to show that we renovated the clubhouse out at Norman Playground. This clubhouse was set afire, and we renovated it in support and with some funding from state senator now, Gary Carter. And this here is just a list of different maintenance projects that were performed during the year. Just some to show what we replaced hood vents, and we had a lot of damages from Ida. We replaced the hood vents, new gym floors, installed new scoreboards, built new play equipments in partnership with Kaboom, a lot of fencing repairs that took place, and new baseball backstops. Had to replace a lot of our solar shed structures on our play equipment, and pool repairs. And of course, high mast lights, which we're always repairing and replacing because of our high winds and storms that take place here. This is a picture just to depict the work at Kenilworth. We lost 2 of the large metal high mast poles, and the work is ongoing as we speak. And now I want to talk about our 2023 departmental goals. So some of the things that we're looking to do is renovate and update the Joe W. Brown walking path and playground surface. We're looking to increase opportunities for special needs, for the special needs population and programming through programming and infrastructure. To open and operate the Desire Florida Multipurpose Center, which is slated to open at the end of the year. To increase participation in girls' sports programs. To increase the number of summer lifeguards. We're implementing our all-star teams in each sport to compete locally, regionally, and nationally. This year, we're sending teams to Mesquite, Texas, on the weekend of December 3rd through December 6th to compete against the champions of Mesquite, Texas Football League. And we're sending 3 buses up there with teams and cheerleaders. Renovations of the Morris FX Jeff running track, stadium, and tennis courts. Open and operate the new splash pad at Cutoff Playground. Increase the number of schools that participate in NORD's middle school sports leagues. Increase programming in NORD's recreational centers by adding esports and gaming. We're also looking in partnership with Essence and Coca-Cola to renovate the tennis courts out at Pontchartrain Park. Essence announced that during last year's concert time that they're going to make a huge investment and renovate the tennis courts during the first quarter of 2023 of next year. And also, we're looking to purchase and replace sporting equipment for the parks and playgrounds that are in need. And our support core services, is the management and administrative services, human resources, employee services, facility and procurement management, fleet and equipment management, facility maintenance and security, technology and data management, external communications, job-specific supplies and equipment, training and professional development. And our core service consists of our recreational facilities and unstructured use, offering programs through them, whether it's through our sports programs or structured programs. Our pools and aquatic programming, it's to operate our indoor and outdoor swimming pools to expand staff and expand the programming that we offer. Organized sports league, and we offer our organized sports for youth ages 4 to 14, 15 years old in basketball, track, baseball, softball, volleyball, football, and cheer. And we're looking to identify one NORD location to expand to offer soccer this year. And our recreational classes and activities, and we're looking to provide recreational, educational, fitness, and aquatics and cultural enrichment programs and activities for all ages. And our youth and teen summer camps, we're looking to provide our youth summer camps, and we're looking to grow and go back to the 4,500 youth that we normally served in our youth camps to provide youth cultural, educational, and character development opportunities. And our teen camps teach career readiness skills and support character development. For the 2022 budget summary and the 2023 budget request. In 2022, the budget was $15,414,720. And that was the actuals. And the budget proposal for 2023 is $14,265,442. This shows a deduction in our budget of $1,509,093. And the deduction is in personnel services. It reflects the open positions that we had and the large number of lifeguard positions that we had unfilled during the summer months. And the administration is committed to, as we continue to go forward to fill the positions, that they will provide the funding for us to. And on the other operating side, it shows an increase, and the increases of a maintenance cost of $146,189 and a $50,000 increase for Morris FX Jeff stadium repairs and $50,000 to replacement for football, baseball, and softball equipment. And in our non-general funds, it depicts a 2022 adopted budget of $2,664,435. It shows for 2023 proposed budget of $2,957,252, which has a variance of $292,817, which shows a decrease again on the personnel side of our CDBG funding. But it also shows an increase on the other operating side. And that is my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
All right, I go, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember King. Just a few questions, general as well as budget. Has North Sea outlived its usefulness?
It has not. And the reason I say it has not, because overarchingly, North Sea service thousands of residents on a monthly basis as it relates from our youth from ages 4 years old to our seniors. And as we continue to expand and grow, the key thing that we're doing is looking to identify the nuances as it relates to change that's needed to offer different programs, different opportunities, and more programming for our residents outside of the normal programs.
I asked that question because when North Sea was started, it was started in a partnership with the business community to add more funds to the NORD budget. And anyone who's followed the budget, the previous councils, folk who've been in the administration, would know that the one thing that hasn't happened is North Sea has not brought more money to the budget. The main provider is still on the taxpayers and the city budget, and programming and services have not expanded because of North Sea specifically. So if the overall mission, and it was sold to the public, that this partnership with the business community would help take some pressure off the city budget and add millions and add more to organize recreation. That has not happened.
And Councilman, let me provide clarity, because when you asked the question, I looked at NORD overarchingly, and I didn't look at the separation of NORD and NORD Commission, right? So you're right, there is a difference, because today we do depend upon the city. We do depend upon the general funds. Today, the funds that was projected to come to NORD when it became a commission is not happening. It does not exist.
It has not happened. It's not happening.
Right. And we solely depend upon the city and the administration and our elected officials to fund this organization to provide our services.
So, and Mr. Perkins consistently talks about the definition of insanity. So if it has not happened, why have we not done something different? Why have we not disbanded this group that hasn't followed its mission? Its mission was when the business community jumped in and said that we want to control this entity, and we're gonna match it with our resources so that we can expand recreation and increase organized activity. It has not happened. So why do we still have North Sea?
That's a great question, Councilman.
Okay. So is there an opportunity then to talk about how we reconstruct and do something different, like we used to do when those old booster clubs used to be in direct line, and talk about how we manage private and public resources, and how do we begin to restore them?
Sure.
Can
Well,
we take a look at that?
yes, Booster Club still exists. Booster Club still exists. Booster Club still have the ability to raise funds. The only thing that we try to navigate is that the funds that they raise come to the foundation. So the donors and sponsors are comfortable with knowing that the money is going where they want it, spent how they want it, but it's in a safe place. And also that they can also get the 501c3 credit of donating the funds.
Okay. Boosters. How do we duplicate Carrollton boosters throughout North?
Sure. Well, that's of course, every booster club is driven by the parents of that community and of that park. And yes.
So how do we duplicate it? What do you think are the steps to strengthening those booster clubs in our community?
Sure.
So that they can, maybe if nothing, or maybe not parallel, but maybe parallel and rival, because Carrollton started as a Nord program.
Right.
Now it's his own league.
Yes. Yes. It's its own world.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And with saying that, every playground in every community that has a playground has the ability to create their own booster, to create, and listen, we encourage it. We invite them, we're open to it, and we're open to assisting them in creating that, the booster clubs for their parks and playgrounds. For example, we have some strong booster club, which is Harrell Booster Club. It's driven by their coaches and parents. They have a booster club, they function. That's probably the stronger park booster club that we have as it relates to booster clubs.
But if North Sea was functioning like its original mission, places like Harrell and Goretti and Milne would rival Carrollton.
Yes. Yes, correct.
More and more private sports clubs are springing up throughout the region.
Right.
And we see hundreds, if not thousands, of kids from New Orleans leave our boundaries to go to other parishes to participate in organized sports. Are we cataloging so we can know who those kids are? What's the park in their neighborhood, so that we can talk to their parents or talk to them about how we maybe do neighborhoods and in the parks where they live.
So
Have we gotten an inventory of those kids?
sure. So our athletics department do keep track of that. But kids have options. So I'm saying that to say we have kids that play north through the week and play what's called travel ball, travel sports during weekends, right? So today the hottest sport
I
that's
did that.
doing that.
I did that with the
Right.
New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Vikings.
Right. So the hottest
My
thing.
park was active.
Right. And so the hottest thing that's going right now is travel football. So kids are playing at their parks, but they're still playing on weekends, travel sports, more competitive. And they're not just playing in other parishes. They're going to other cities. They're going to other states and compete in competitive, whether it's U-Trip baseball, AAU basketball, but these kids are still playing Nord sports. And they're just doing on weekends, they're playing in more competitive leagues.
Okay. Question. In driving by a facility during the day on a Saturday, why would the recreational facility or the gym, why would it be closed? For what reasons?
Rec centers are open on Saturdays from 9 to 2. They have always been open from 9 to 2. They open through the week and they open every Saturday from 9 to 2.
But are there any reasons why one would be closed during the day or from 9 to 2 on a Saturday?
If one is closed, it's possibly a staff shortage, which we're trying to fill. But besides that, all rec center standard time is 9 to 2 on Saturdays.
Is 9 to 2 the proper time, especially given the need for more activity for kids and adolescents? Is there any talk or look at expanding that Saturday, especially when people are home and families are away from work and we're looking for activities for kids? Can you look at expanding that time?
We definitely can look at expanding it, but the key thing about it is making sure that we can bring on the staff to make sure that happens. We're definitely open and looking at expanding it.
And then the last question is, Other parks and centers, are they safe?
Yes. Parks and rec centers are considered some of the safe, especially our rec centers are considered some of the safest places in communities for persons to be at, to go to. Now, do we have challenges at certain parks and different things? But we do, yes. But however, we work with our site supervisors, work with the different district commanders, and have the different units to pass through at different playgrounds. Some playgrounds have more challenges than others, but we also, again, have those conversations with our district commanders to know, one, we give them the schedule of activities that's going on at every park in their district. We give them the schedule of games. And most of the times at our games, we have our district commanders send units either to pass through frequently or to stop by if they have the manpower to.
At Joe Brown, especially in the evenings in the walking path, more and more single women and women with their kids are utilizing the activity. Allegedly, we just had an incident there in one of the bathrooms with an attack and a rape. We've had a couple of other attacks. When incidents like that happen, what are we doing? Especially now we know that that population is using those facilities. What are we doing to increase participation and security to make sure that a group that's using the facilities are not being attacked or taken advantage of, especially what's happening to some of our young women in the bathrooms? Specifically, how are we watching them and along some of those trails?
Right.
Because it's happening.
Right. So
It happened.
So what I put in my budget proposal this year was a supplemental requesting 3 ground patrol officers. We have ground patrol officers that work up under Homeland Security that works the Lafitte Greenway. So I put in a request to expand to get 3 to 4 additional ground patrol officers to solely patrol Joe Brown, because it's 64 acres, because it's so much property, and to ensure it. So, you know, the hopes is being able to fill those positions for 2023, and you'll see armed, commissioned ground patrol officers that have the ability to have arresting power as well as ticket writing power to prevent a lot of the illegal parking that takes place.
Does programming and activity match 21st century recreation when you look at everything that's being offered? Are we, with our New Orleans Recreation Department, are we providing a holistic list of activities that's actually matching where kids are? Because all I wanted to do was play football, basketball, and baseball. You know, I ultimately got to college and then the East Coast League to play basketball.
Right.
But that's all I wanted to do. My son now operates in a whole meta universe.
Right.
And he's only 6 years old.
Right.
So are we offering a lineup of activities to match where our kids are?
Right.
Because I'm off of, I used to be, as an old head, I used to say, well, I don't understand kids saying they don't have nothing to do.
Right.
Well, now I do if it's not what they want to do.
Right. Right.
So is our lineup matching where they are today?
Right. And so that's why, right. And that's a great question you asked, because then that's why we have the partnership with Dr. Calvin Mackey with STEM. We're offering STEM out of our rec centers every first Saturday of the month. That's why, again, we introducing here that we're looking to offer the esports out of 6 to 7 Nord rec centers citywide, where we're going to have the gaming system set up and offer esports and build that out. Also with that, we're introducing this year, and it's something that our team council is asking for, where they started on podcasting, right? So we have our team council that meets the first Saturday of each month at Milne Rec Center, and we listen to those teams and we ask them going into 2023, what do y'all want? Because of course, everyone don't want to play football, baseball, basketball anymore, right? So they want to do podcasting. We've also started the entrepreneurship program with these kids to where that they're able to set up, and we'll have them setting up at different NORD activities and events where they'll be able to vend. These are our teens that are involved in our teen council programs. And also that's why we've expanded to do the paid internship program for our young persons to get more involved in other activities. And we're listening to what they're saying they want. We have a couple of our teens they consider themselves social media influencers, to where that they're going to be start doing the social media's teen stuff, for NORD. It's a new program that they're looking to introduce this year. So we're looking to expand. We're looking to offer what our teens are telling us they want, what the kids are saying they want.
I want to make a recommendation before I finish. We have to begin to every park, especially in impact communities that we're concerned about. We have to work overtime to organize activity and to get those parks back to life. And we're going to have to be intentional about meeting with the families, walking those communities all throughout the city, knocking on doors, getting folk out. And then two things are going to have to happen. You know, at the Desire Community Center, when we go there to play ball, and even over at, you know, Willie Hall and Buck talked to hustlers too.
Right.
And there were some rules around when kids were there and what you didn't or didn't do around the park. Right. Now that may seem crazy to some people, but that's real life. So we need to have an effort to go out to those communities and talk to both groups. Give them what the rules, because they'll respect them. Some, you know, most of them will. Right. If you say, hey man, you don't do this on the park. You know, you bring some men and some folk from the community and you say, hey man, that from this time, then, you know, whatever you do, we don't condone what you do, but you don't do it this time. You don't do it when these kids are here. You don't do it when they come to the program. Those real life discussions have to happen again. And making sure that our kids don't get to the pipeline that was here earlier. So please, let's hurry up and put together some groups that can go out there to these parks, especially in areas of need, where we can create some organized activity and talk to the folk in those communities to get their input and to get their permission. So whenever you want to start that, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Well said. Councilmember Green.
And actually very well said, and I want to be redundant. I don't like to repeat, but I was at an event on Sunday at Odile Davis Playground, and there was a good number of people who showed up. And that playground has been, of course, neglected. I appreciate the fact that things are going to be done now, but I do strongly agree with the active efforts on the part of NORD to create the booster clubs. I know that we've talked about it and it can be done. And some people don't feel that they have confidence in government or that it's going to actually be able to operate. Some people are afraid that they're going to get involved with monies and then there's going to be issues. You know, I know which is a big issue. And also conflicts. I think that NORD should take a deliberate effort to have booster clubs created at those parks that are in neighborhoods where they can be supported. I was there on Sunday. You'd be surprised at the number of people who were there at Odile Davis Playground who live across the street and who live nearby and say that they haven't seen activity other than the installation of the lights, which is a good start. Right. But that the tennis courts are overrun and that the basketball courts are overrun, but they'd like to help. But I think that they need to be guided as to how to help to make sure also for their own protection.
Yeah, and if I can give you clarity on that, because of course you and I talked about it. So those tennis courts will have been inactive since the 90s. They have not been a tennis court. They actually had a building there that was put in place of that tennis court, but we can definitely look at during the year, we've lost some great staff members to promotions to other departments, taking jobs in corporate America. We have a marketing position that's open. We have our marketing positions open. We just filled our HR position. We just made an offer to a gentleman for our HR position. So we have several other positions. We're interviewing today for our teens programs manager position. We just hired a band instructor and a sewing instructor, but we have 17, a total of 17 full-time equivalent positions. A large number of that sit in aquatics. We're always looking for lifeguards, We also looking for persons. There are positions that's open in rec centers. We're looking for staff in rec centers, and also we are looking for staff in our cultural program. We're looking for those that are certified or skilled with whether it's music, whether it's piano, guitar, any instrumental music. We're looking for those that's sewing. We're looking for those that have skills in ceramics. We're dire need of ceramics instructors. We're looking for those that have other skill sets, whether it's dance. But also the great thing is we partner with a host of agencies to provide those programs as well. So a lot of our positions, and also maintenance side, we're looking for some high level maintenance personnel as well. So, you know, you can always go to NORD's website, nordc.org, to see the positions that's open so that they can apply.
nordc.org.
nordc.org.
Okay, I encourage you to, as members of the public, look at that as a source of opportunity so we can fill some of those positions. Could you talk about Friends of Nord? Is there still a Friends of Nord, or what's the main organization that assists with fundraising with Nord?
Sure. So there is no more Friends of Nord. It's the Nord Foundation, and as Councilman Thomas indicated, when Nord became a commission, it was created as a public-private partnership. So the Nord Foundation is the entity that's the 501c3 entity that has the board consists of business leaders throughout the city of New Orleans, and their goal and their mission is to raise money for Nord. So if we have any corporate philanthropic business owners that's interested in being on the board, because they're potentially looking for some new board members to come on board to help raise monies and donate funds for Nord. Also, you can go to the nordfoundation.org. That's their website, but you can also contact me directly if anyone that's interested in being a board member of, if they want to contribute to Nord, they can go through the Nord Foundation for that, which is, again, a 501c3 organization.
There are individual parks, many of them that are smaller parks that could use some assistance, but talk to the communities about how they might get involved with the maintenance and development of programs at some of the smaller parks. For example, there's a park behind Bethune School, for example, which doesn't have much to it, but it could potentially have more. But talk about communities and how there might be opportunities for them to, quote unquote, adopt a park to make it better.
Sure. Well, the playgrounds that are strong are based upon community, right? Because I always tell everyone, you know, the playground in your community belongs to the community, belongs to the families in the community, you know, so we're always looking for volunteers. We're always looking for groups, whether they want to adopt the park and help us to maintain it and keep it clean. You have some that wants to do a special project and they might want to raise money to do a special build or something there. We always work with Kaboom and other organizations as well that work with community groups to do a community build. We just did a real successful community build in partnership with Kaboom at Werner Playground, you know, and kudos to that community because they helped us. They brought in the PJs and other entities out that community to help raise money to do it. And it was a very successful build. That can happen at any park throughout the city because it was driven by the community and by that neighborhood association. But also we're looking at it. We know some parks need renovations and repairs. And, you know, as we're going forward, a lot of it consists of capital funds to do it. I want to definitely thank our state legislators. I want to thank our state reps and senators for always giving state appropriated funds. I want to thank Councilman J.P. Morrell, because we just finished a project that he funded when he was a state legislator and just finished redoing Pratt Playground in that community. So thank you for that, those funds that was given from when he was a state senator at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Senator, former Senator and President Councilmember Morrell. It's a success story and we need to talk about that more. Let's have a activity where we bring people there to see that, you know, but I just want to kind of thank you for the work. I want you to comment kind of in general. There were some programs that you couldn't do this summer because we didn't have enough children to enroll in those programs. Am I correct? Or is that just urban legend?
No, we had programs, but we had funding to serve 400 teens in our teen summer challenge program, and we only had a little over 200 to come out and participate. And we advertised it, whether it was the news, the radio, social media, We advertised it. Also, even with our internship program, we're kicking that off. We just picked 100 kids to participate in that. But yeah, that was the key thing is it was open for boys and girls 13 to 17 years old. We the culminating event, the championship football, flag football games were hosted by the New Orleans Saints, and the championship basketball games were held at the Pelicans practice facility, sponsored by the Pelicans. So we had partners that came on board with that as well. But again, we had funding for 400 teams, and we only had a little over 200 to enroll and participate.
What are we doing to make sure that next year we have lifeguards, if there's anything that you can do to make sure that we have all of the pools open?
Sure.
And would you make an appeal right now on November the 1st for youth to potentially get involved so that they can be lifeguards next year?
Sure. So few measures that we put in place is this year we started the junior lifeguard program for those young persons that between the ages of 13 and 17, because you have to be technically 15 with a work permit to be a lifeguard. So we started them in a junior lifeguard program where they're working and training to be able to build up the endurance to qualify and pass the lifeguard test. But then also we are engaging our different high schools where we'll be doing tabling at different high schools to promote the opportunity to become a lifeguard, and even have the opportunity for schools that's interested, especially our public schools, in having swim teams. So those are things we're doing. And later at the end of this month, we're doing a meet and greet that's hosted between NOLA PS and NOAA with all of the charter schools to talk about how we can partner with the schools programming, collaborating on properties, and just collaborating on programming opportunities. So we're doing that as well to make sure we're getting the word out, make sure the schools are spreading the word on what we're doing and how we can be more effective holistically on serving our youth.
Larry, could you talk about what NORD does in terms of making sure that maintenance is performed at various parks? I mean, we know that there's a concern at some parks. For example, Odile Davis was an example, but what is done and what is the plan to be more consistent with maintenance?
Sure. So we have close to 30 to 40 person staff on maintenance that's required to clean 188 facilities, close to 200 facilities weekly. That's how many properties that we have in our portfolio. So these crews go around picking up trash, identifying different things that's broke. The key thing is to understand that, especially in our parks and playgrounds, they operate from dawn to dusk. Right. So, and there are no gates that lock our playgrounds closed. So they're actively used. And the unfortunate side is when our lights go out, unfortunately, some of our adults use them for unauthorized reasons, so we're out there cleaning up as much as possible. But one of the key challenges is by the play equipment and by the lights always operating, we're always trying to be proactive as it relates to our preventative maintenance and repair things as much as possible. But unfortunately, a lot of time, we're catching things when it's broke. And of course, we have to go through the procurement process and to make sure that it depends on the cost of the repairs that's needed. We go through the procurement process with hoping that contractors are bidding on it, hoping that we have there's the equipment and supplies that's at hand and need to do it. But one of our biggest challenges is vandalism. And the vandalism is we've had play structures set on fire. We've had persons to pull up the rubble tiles from the safety surface and throw them away. We've had chains popped. We've had buildings vandalized and broken into. And that's one of our biggest maintenance challenges that we face. And we're asking our community members, especially, let me say this, one of our huge challenges is in LG is at the Morris FX Jeff with the illegal dumping. And I communicate with Councilman King regular because as the schools go out to play games at the stadium, they express concerns of the mattresses, the sofas, the tires, the refrigerators that's dumped outside of the dumpsters. And we're asking our community members to be vigilant, to see it reported. And that's one of the key things that we're doing is we're adding new crime cameras at Morris FX Jeff now that's going out to bid so that we can at least be able to get license plates and identify folks that's doing the illegal dumping. And we've also added them in different locations for safety reasons. We've added on new crime cameras at A.L. Davis Playground, at Taylor Playground, at Hardin Playground, and several other playgrounds where that the real-time crime center can see the activities that's going on.
Are we gonna have to move toward cameras at every park? It's all right, because look, those people who say we don't need surveillance, I'm tired of that foolish argument. The bottom line is that we have too much illegal dumping. We have people who are going into public facilities and also on private land and just dumping.
Right.
It's not because we have Big Brother who wants to watch everybody. We have a problem in certain neighborhoods that are being destroyed by illegal dumping. The parks being used for illegal dumping, we may have to get to that point. So I kind of answered a question that I asked you, but are we going to have to get to that point? Are we going to need, for example, a camera at O'Deal Davis to make sure that they don't break into the bathrooms and steal the fixtures?
Again, because that's why it's in the
Which is
conditions.
ridiculous,
because
whoever
they-
did that.
Yes,
Whoever
'cause
did
they-
that, those are youth who use that. Are you going in there taking metal fixtures and bringing them over to some scrapyard and getting nickels, and it costs thousands of dollars to replace that?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because Odell Davis was definitely vandalized. They busted the CMU wall, stole all the copper and everything out, and now we have to redo it. And that's the same situation we're facing at Easton Playground, where they broke in and vandalized it. And we just repaired Kenilworth Playground after full renovations. They bust in the doors and broke the sinks and stole the copper. And we replacing that. We just replaced that again recently. And so those are some of the challenges that we really face, that we do our best to work through to restore and return those amenities and facilities back to our residents in those communities who use them.
Right. It's just something that's this illegal dumping is just ridiculous, you know, especially through certain communities. But not only that, the thefts that are taking place on facilities that are supposed to service youth and service our elderly are just ridiculous. But that's not exactly why we came here today, except actually it may be a budget item for the future. I don't think that I have a problem with seeing a crime camera at a facility, at a playground. It's just a reality of the day. I'd rather see that and us be able to get license plates and use facial, you know, whatever it requires to determine who those people are so that we can stop that from happening, because it's really affecting our youth. O'Deal was an example, and other playgrounds. So I just want to tell you that I appreciate you're presenting today. We have some challenges that we have to undertake. It's a lot of parks. It's 188 parks or something like that.
It's close to 200.
200 parks. And I know that maintenance can be tough, but the bottom line is that, you know, let us know how we can help. I do want to state on the record so that it won't be run with in social media that we aren't cutting NARD's budget.
Right.
We aren't cutting NARD's budget. We're not cutting the police budget. You can say that as many times as you want on social media. It's not reality. What we're doing is not funding positions that remain unfilled. And for those who are truly interested in helping out our city, instead of running with false information online, help us to fill those positions. NOLA.gov/jobs will take you to the over 900 jobs that are available on the city level. NOLA, joinnopd.org will help you to take you to the website where you can have people take the civil service exam and fill those jobs. We're not making major cuts to any particular offices. What we're doing is smartly budgeting, and every quarter now, which will be more work for our city council, we'll be looking to see if you filled certain positions, and we'll find a way to restore that money. So I just want to make it clear, no, we are not decreasing funding for NARD. What your needs are, we ask you to come back and let us know. We'll be reviewing it every quarter. And I hope that the members of the public will recognize those volunteer opportunities and those positions within NARD. And if you want to work with youth and you have time to do so, there's an opportunity to do so in addition to the mentoring that I always push. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Vice President Morrell.
Thank you. I'd like to begin. I appreciate the shout out, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that that was a tremendous amount of work done by myself and Neil Abramson when we both chaired Revenue and Fiscal Affairs and Ways and Means. And we actually funded quite a few parks.
Yes.
As far as improvements. And Neil often complains that I never give him credit for anything. So I wanted to make sure that he got appropriate credit. I want to start Mr. Thomas just left, but I was going to start with something I thought he might feel very passionate about, which is Friends of Nord.
Right.
I think that something that's really kind of lost in the conversation regarding the Pennington plan from the 1990s. So during the 1990s, when we had a huge crime issue, the last time we had an issue of this magnitude, when Richard Pennington became our police chief, there was a comprehensive effort by the business community and Mayor Mark Morial to create a very large plan to deal with all facets of why we have crime in the city. That dealt with issues like truancy, for example. It dealt with Nord. It dealt with police. And it was a multi-stage plan with multiple prongs. And one was the creation of Friends of Nord. Now, Councilman Thomas spoke, and I think he was very on point about how the idea of Nord C, because Nord C was born of Mayor Landrieu killing off Friends of Nord, was that Nord C was supposed to step in and be the upgraded replacement for Friends of Nord. And the idea was Friends of Nord was that mechanism where mayors and councils would go to the business community and say, put up or shut up.
Yeah.
You have to fund Friends of Nord as the nonprofit arm that receives all those funds from like the Freeport McMorans and all these larger companies to fund those different programs that would supercharge Nord to provide resources to kids and to youth as alternatives to getting involved in dirt and doing crime. And kind of in that period during the early Landrieu administration, the idea was we don't need Friends of Nord anymore. We're going to do Nord C. And I would argue that the creation of Nord C really let the business community get off the hook because there wasn't a direct arm that had direct engagement with the business community on a daily basis saying, give us the money for these programs. Instead, now we have this board that is like a quasi-public board that's kind of like a public entity begging businesses for money. But because of the way it's structured, it's not the same as a dedicated nonprofit. So I do think that in creating Nord C and moving away from Friends of Nord, I think it was a lost opportunity. And I want to very seldom do I wouldn't say very seldom. That's probably not true. Not often do I disagree with a colleague, but I disagree. We are cutting Nord. Whether it's position, I agree that we are cutting positions that may not be necessary. But what I disagree with is that we have a tremendous amount of programs that are maybe not direct Nord programs we couldn't fund through Nord. Like, for example, how much financially do we provide, Larry, to STEM NOLA? Like, what do we give them for the work they do?
So the agreement we have is, and I actually just increased it. STEM NOLA was from the previous administration was getting like $18,000 from the previous administration to cover the cost of kids that couldn't afford to pay and come on a Saturday.
Right.
We've increased that to, and I'm sorry, this is actually Frank. He's a CFO of Norton. I didn't introduce him at the beginning. I want to apologize for that. And I think we've increased that to either 20 or 25,000 to 20,000. So we've increased it an additional 2,000 to, and also what they're doing is they're working with our chief programming officer to identify other ways that we can partner besides the STEM NOLA Saturdays. And then we'll see from there how we can put monies into that on providing more programming to kids.
And I want to speak to them specifically first because they have capacity across the country. STEM Birmingham, STEM, wherever they're at, there's different STEM programs per city, and they have tremendous capacity that given additional funding, they can do more work. I know, for example, in Birmingham, I think they've got a $300,000 agreement with the city of Birmingham to provide STEM educational services. And based upon how much you give them, they can do more.
Yeah.
And I think a missed opportunity in how we're underutilizing Nord is that there is nothing that prevents this council, Larry, from us telling you, we want to give, let's say hypothetically, if Budget Chair Geruso and I said, listen, we want to make the relationship with STEM NOLA more robust. And we said, specifically, we want to add $300,000 to the budget for STEM NOLA. What would prevent you from giving that money to STEM NOLA?
Nothing.
Nothing. So the,
Because it's in my budget.
correct.
Right,
So the-
I would strongly support
So
that.
so the issue is not, I don't disagree with Councilman Green that the reduction is based upon personnel.
Right.
What I do disagree with, this council has the authority to give you more money to fund programs. And I will tell you, the fact that the business community funded $1 million consultants to tell us how to reform the police department, and yet there are no consultants saying, how can we increase resources to NORD and other non-police related resources, is a real missed opportunity. And it feeds the narrative that the only solution to dealing with historic crime in this city is to throw money at the police. If you look at the Pennington plan, it was not just police.
Right.
And so I look at issues like STEM Knoll is a great example. What is y'all's relationship with 18th Ward? You don't really have one.
We don't.
Okay.
Now, let me say this. We have, I don't think we do, but we have a host of partners. So what we do twice a year is we send out a partnership application.
Right.
So we send out a partnership application for after-school programs, and we send out one for summer. Our after-school program partnership allows partners like the 18th Ward and other groups that come to function out of a NORD facility to offer programming out of a NORD facility at no cost to them, and we cover the entire cost. So we always look for more partners, and we do it every year, reach out to different partners to come to the table. For some of those partners, their challenge is we don't have the capacity to fund them
Correct.
during the after school, but we have the capacity to take any overhead costs away from them. But we do fund summer partners.
Well, I think the conversation really needs to lean into groups, not just 18th Ward, but similar groups that provide alternative and additional resources to kids to have programming. Because I know my youngest is in 18th Ward, and for kids up to the age of 6, they're just teaching them basic athletic skills like little basketball, little soccer, little these sports, so that these kids learn the basic skills of how to play the game, with the hope that when they hit 6 or 7 or 8, they might pick which game they're really interested in.
Right.
And while you are certainly trying to struggle to fill positions, I think that in the interim, or maybe for the future, we should look at maybe having organizations like that get additional funding through NORD to provide those different services in underserved areas. Because it's one thing for you to try and go through your process, especially the city process of hiring people, when you have organizations that provide similar or augmented resources that if they were funded through you, and like I said, I understand, Larry, and we'll address that at the appropriate time, that your budget can't currently absorb that. But what the council could always do is find groups to partner with you and fund them through you.
Right.
And I think that that's something the council has not done. And the council needs to take a more robust look with you looking at it, because supercharging STEM Knoll to have them do every Saturday or have them do more than Saturday, if they have the capacity, the question should be, how do we get them the money through your relationship with them to provide the resources? Well, it's 18th Ward, whatever else is out there. If they come to you, you kick the tires and they can do what they say they can do, rather than having you have to go through the annual process of trying to fill the positions, see what positions you have, hoping you can get enough people together hired to do a certain program. In the interim, while you're hiring, we have the ability to fund organizations to step into that breach. It's just something we really need to work on consistently. Now, I know we've had some conversation today about expanding resources. We have the individual here from Microsoft Game Camp. I know y'all have worked with them previously. They're here once a year. We need them here more than once a year, but also we have IGL there in that gaming league.
Yep.
I think we have to figure out more robust offerings, but beyond traditional sports.
Right.
You know, there are a lot of kids these days who a sport for them is Madden.
Yeah.
And if they're never going to be out in the field, I mean, CT is a thing. So their parents may never let them pay real football.
Right.
But if you can get them where they're at and get them engaged in social activity with their peers, that's productive and provides socialization, we should be doing all of that. So I really look at this conversation today as more of the beginning of a conversation over the next couple of weeks. to figure out where there are other opportunities the council could find with other programs to fund through you to meet those needs. But like I said, I think it was a tremendous mistake to move away from Friends of Nord. I think that by not having a nonprofit arm identified to really work over businesses who constantly complain about crime, but think that their interaction is limited to going to whatever Police and Justice Foundation ball is asking for money that year. I think that it's a multi-tier problem. It needs multi-tier solutions. And it's very unfortunate that we have not had them step up like they did in the 90s in a really robust way to help Nord be successful. I know we have some people today, they're going to comment about some issues during, and I look forward to listening to that. I think there is some significant issues regardless of something that happened to some kids that needs to be addressed.
But one thing, just for clarity, Councilman. So the Nord Commission is the public-private partnership. So in the place of the Friends of Nord, they created the Nord Foundation. And so, but
and how's that going?
It's
not going great.
Not going. Yeah.
And I think part of that's because their Friends of Nord had an excellent reputation because it was a nonprofit that was driven by the organizations that were giving the money to it. I think the problem with the Nord Foundation is that it is a city-controlled funds that once you surrender the money to it, there's no ability for those organizations from their perspective to have as much ownership over that process.
Right.
I think it was a great experiment, but I think the proof is in the product. And the fact that we haven't had as much engagement by the business community
Right.
is it's one of two problems. Either one, Friends of Nord was only as successful as the mayor's relationships with the business community to put money into Friends of Nord. So the Nord Commission, the Nord Foundation not performing as well as it could is either the issue of it's not a big enough priority for a mayor to push money into the Nord Foundation to help Nord C, or it's an issue of the business community just hasn't bought into Nord C.
Sure.
And either of those issues we have to resolve, because for what we need, the thing that I always talk about with Councilmember King is that we have this cylindrical problem where when crime gets bad enough, people want to fund recreation. But when crime gets better, they stop funding recreation. And all the gains you make with that additional funding, if it's not sustainable, and I know you hate this comparison because it's not fair, and I'll say that on its face, but that's the reason why BREC is successful versus Nord, in that beyond the fact their ability to bring in revenue is larger than yours, but the fact that the business community in Baton Rouge has bought into BREC and annually gives tremendous amount of money, gives them the ability to augment programming you don't have.
Right.
And until we figure out how to get them to put their skin in the game with the money we're putting in the public till, I mean, it's a tremendous missed opportunity. We have to figure out, we're not going to figure that out today,
Right.
but maybe over the next year we can. But I certainly would say, I do not believe that we should be giving Nord this year less money than we gave it last year. That's generally my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I guess a little bit to Councilmember Morel's questions, and Larry, I should know the answer to this. At Nord Commission meetings, is there a discussion about what Nord is doing, how the Wisner Fund is working, what's going on with business, what's going on with now Harris and Cox grants? Because I guess what I'm saying is if there's all these different places who are getting money, then figuring out the space that Nord is in, the spaces that you have multiple people in simultaneously, and then, oh my God, here are some obvious gaps. Is that analysis happening anywhere?
So that does not happen at the Nord Commission. The Nord Foundation gives a report on funds that they have, and they give the balance of it, and of course the expenditures. The conversation, more detailed conversation would normally happen at the NORD Foundation board meetings, but not at the NORD Commission meetings.
I think maybe one of us needs to either attend or write a letter, because I think you need that type of big picture analysis. I think all of us are saying the same thing. We want NORD to be successful. We want NORD to have money. We want NORD to have people, but also now is it how much lives inside NORD? How much can we live outside NORD? Who are the right partners to do things? And then where are places where there's glaring holes? And I guess I feel this way. We have so much money right now this year that now is the time to have this discussion. That if we are talking about my original saying that I realize others are now saying, we are not in an either or place, we're in an and. And so if we want to talk about public safety, paying an OPD and JJIC is part of it, but the and is NORD and you know, workforce development and housing and other places. So I guess I just like to work with you on what you think the most effective way to make that happen is, and just ensure that. And the other thing too, Larry, is how do we not cannibalize money too? Because if, you know, we can direct money to NORD or direct money to STEM NOLA, direct money to a different organization, then it makes sense maybe for all of us to be working together on a bigger picture analysis than just one. And then two, I don't want NORD to have to be the focal point either, right? I mean, you have lots of good partners. So how do we make that happen too?
Okay.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And just will you let us know when the next foundation meeting is? So that way we can put something together and start asking.
I'll get you that information.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. I'll wrap it up.
Wait.
Yes, yep. I thought you said something. All right. So first,
Councilman King, I want to let you wrap it up, but I asked for just another opportunity to say, no, it's fine. I want to let you wrap it up. So I just want to say one other thing.
go ahead.
Well, based on the comments of Councilmember Morrell, first off, we don't disagree. We're not necessarily cutting NORD's budget. All we're doing is not spending money on positions that are unfilled. However, based on Councilmember Morrell's suggestion, and it's a fine suggestion, we need to look at not cutting back at all. And so that might be an opportunity for you to look at other opportunities and come back to us with an amendment that brings it back up to what the level is that you had before. And maybe it's addressing something such as was suggested, maybe working more cooperatively with other organizations that can help us to get beyond the fact that we can't fill these darn positions. So maybe there's somebody else who's doing it better than us. I'd be very supportive of that if that is something that you came back with as an amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. So just for a little background, I'm very familiar with NORD. Grew up, started off at Harrell Park as a mascot for my dad when he coached, played on a novice team. Played at Norman, played all-star basketball. You was my coach, played at St. Bernard Center for the St. Bernard Stallions. So very familiar with NORD and how important it is to the children of our city. But I do acknowledge that there's a shift. Children, in my opinion, they still are, but not as used to be, like in the playgrounds. A lot of playgrounds have were very robust with their programs to now very lean, if any at all. So I went to some schools. I went to Berman Charter School. I went to NOMA, New Orleans Maritime Military Academy, went to Edna Carr, went to Rosenwald, and talked to some of the students about what are some things that they would like to see at the NORD facilities. And you mentioned one very early, is the esports. That is something that has grown tremendously over the past few years in this country and this world. You can now get a scholarship to college to play video games. So can you speak on that? What's the plans? Give a more detailed plan about the future of esports in this city.
Sure. So the key thing is, of course, as mentioned earlier, we hosted a esports tournament right before COVID, and it was very well attended, and we had the plans in anticipation of building from that. But from that, two things happened after that. The first thing that happened was the cyber attack. that shut everything down because we were in having the conversations of installing all of the gaming systems at 6 to 7 Nord centers throughout the city and having the city's ITI team to come out to build out the systems for that. Once that happened, but the cyber attack, that put a halt on building out the system, the networking system that can be used. But we're back at the table having conversations with the city's IT on how can we go forward with that. But also we've already in some rec centers have installed, we've had TVs, we've installed the different Xboxes and the gaming systems and different things like that. So what we're looking to do in January of 2023 is purchase all of the gaming systems and start it out at the 6 to 7 rec centers where it'll be a safe space for kids to come in and of course have access to the gaming system and play games while we are in the process of building out the system to tie the games into the internet systems where that they can not just compete against each other at the facilities, but they will be able to compete against kids at other rec centers, as well as kids in other part of the city, state, country, and the world. But the system has to be built out for that, in order for that to happen. So we're taking the first initiative by putting the gaming centers, the gaming equipment in the centers, and then also we will then go back to looking at hosting the tournaments. But of course, our goal then was to host the first tournament and expand that, because have a tournament to go from different parts of the city, because that one was in New Orleans East. The next one was scheduled to be in Millages. Another one was scheduled to be uptown. Other one was scheduled to be downtown, and just to move it throughout where that those that can't get to the tournament, we're bringing the tournaments into the community. So that's the plan for 2023, and to expand it to where that we build it out to a point to where that we might need the convention center or somewhere larger to host it, with Nord in partnership with whomever our sponsors and partners is that'll be at the table for it.
Do you think it'll be, since we started off, better to put it in one centralized location, or like you say, have it in different, one in the east, one in Algiers, one in Central City, one in Mid City?
Right. I mean, listen, it's our motto is something for everyone, and our goal is to serve everyone. So with saying that, and I know, Councilman, talking to you, you have a vision of building a facility, right? I support that. But today I want a kid that's walking off the street around St. Bernard Center, walking off the street around Starling St. Claude, walking off the street around Line Center, walking off the street around Cutoff, to be able to go in the rec center, sign in, go in the room, put on headphones or whatever's needed, and play gaming.
Okay.
Right. So the goal is to make sure that it's available throughout the city.
Gotcha. Well, you mentioned the Norman Park renovation. That's a freshly renovated building. So if that may just be an idea, that's a playground that was thriving at one time.
Right.
Are there any sports at Norman?
I know the guy Kelvin who runs that park runs the T-ball program, but I don't think it's ran out of Norman.
Well, I could say if there are some programs, it's not like it was when I grew up playing there. We
Right.
had hundreds of kids at the school there. So since it's in between two schools, that may be a good place to have a test site or a smaller test facility for esports.
Okay.
That newly renovated clubhouse. The next thing a lot of children mentioned was we mentioned also a boxing facility, a place where young men and women can go and kind of let out aggression safely, productively, in a supervised environment, and also get some life skills. So I talked to a couple of kids, and they mentioned a boxing facility, but also a place that you can have free weights, kind of combine the two. I know you boxing and you lifting weights, and you jumping rope, you don't have much time to run the streets and get into trouble. So is that something we mentioned that about the EMS storage facility in Algiers? Is that something that's really doable in the future of 2023 with this budget?
I can't speak for the facility because it's not in NOR's portfolio, but we're definitely open to working with you on if there is a city facility that it can be built out. We're definitely interested in expanding the boxing program to Algiers. So we're definitely interested in it, but I can't speak on that facility because it's not a NORD facility. And you mentioned boxing. In her absence, I want to say thank you to Councilmember at Large Moreno for providing her Cox funding to help us support the boxing program at the Milne campus. And also with that, we're looking to build out another boxing facility at the old sign shop on the brake tag station. I mean, on the old sign shop on Lafitte Greenway. And she's very instrumental in that. But I definitely want to thank her for supporting on NORD by providing funding and helping us with the boxing program, because we have one of our young men on Deron Greedy Isom turned pro, won his first pro fight, and he's looking to fight again in December. So we're excited about that. And he's a NORD kid.
That's great. That's great. I definitely would like to get one, not being a homer, but get one in Algiers. We have a lot of neighborhood beefs that I think could easily be worked out. As they say, put the knives and the guns down and pick the gloves up. So I think doing that on the West Bank, we have 60,000 residents, be very, very productive. It's not always easy to cross that bridge to get to the East Bank. Something that was mentioned by a lot of our young ladies and young men was a music studio. Is that something that's doable with NORD? Have a place where they can go out to school on the weekends and record music?
Right. So we actually were looking into that, and we were considering building one out at the NORD Roosevelt Annex building. Before we took over that building, there was a space that was a studio. So that's something that we're looking at building out as well, in that space. But we're looking at bringing in the programming holistically for that, meaning not just studio time, but we're looking at the engineering program. We're looking at the music law program. We're looking at the music management program. So every aspect of the music entertainment, the engineering program, the engineering side of music, of creating music. So we're looking to get a partner to the table to help us build out that program. And we've been talking to different entities, and we're just trying to figure that out.
Okay. All right. And the last thing the kids mentioned as far as NORD was maybe not so much NORD, but just paid internships throughout the year, summertime, after school. Is that something that can be done outside of, like, you got the summer camps with the lifeguards, but just expand that program year round?
Well, that's all based on funding, right? So right now we're able to do that with our CDBG funding for those kids that are able to participate in the internship program. And of course, that's a limited dollar amount. So, we try to make sure that we can expand it to as many kids, but of course, it's based upon the monies that we have to make sure that they can go through the year. And that's why we were able to say that we were able to offer 400 teams 13 to 17 opportunity during the summer months to do the flag football, as well as the 7-on-7 flag football, 5-on-5 basketball, for 400 teams. But we also had a group of teams that were able to participate. We just took 100 teams right now that we're enrolling to participate in the fall internship programs, and they're paid for that. I think it's like $600 they receive at the end of it. So we're in the 400 kids who would have participated would have received $400 at the end of those 6 weeks. So we're doing things that we have never done before. We know that a lot of our young people are in dire need of money. And so we're trying to find ways to see if you're involved in and are a part of these programs, you know, we have stipends, but capped at a dollar amount. So we don't have a free fall for all 13 to 17-year-olds to get a stipend.
So could some of those funds that's used for unfilled positions go towards a stipend or internship?
Well, the goal for us is to fill the positions, right? Because to be mindful is if we don't have, say if we have a playground, for example, Millages de l'Est, we're just finishing up building a brand new building. I need to put a staff member out at Millages de l'Est to manage that. That's part of that as well. Also just a host of other positions, lifeguards. A lot of that money, more than 50% of that reduction is lifeguards, just summer lifeguards and summer lifeguard positions, right? So we need lifeguards. And as indicated, they pulled that money out of our budget because they're open positions, but the commitment is to, as that time come, to fund that, because of course, without the lifeguards, we can't open those seasonal pools.
And,
Excuse me, Councilman. I just want to add, for expanding, I guess, the internship throughout the year, I guess the challenge would be is that during the summertime, we do hire about 40 to 50 summer staff to assist with the administration of a summer program. And so I think that challenge might be that we don't have that staff in place at that period of time for the year, to extend it throughout the year. I know that would be a want to have that program provided, not only just, internships just for the summer, but throughout the year. But we do hire additional staff to assist us with the administration side of it. So, which makes it, something that we can accomplish during summer periods, and, and then they're in school, as well.
okay.
So.
All right. Well, I appreciate that information. Can you speak to the bidding process? A lot of people get upset when something is promised, time goes by, they don't see it. Now it's money's being stolen or money's being hidden. And you try to explain to them, well, the bid came back so high that we had to scrap the whole process and start from the beginning.
Right.
So can you explain the bidding process, and when a bid comes back too high,
Sure.
what does that mean for the project?
Sure. So one thing that I want to make sure that we clear is that the monies in the funds for capital projects does not sit in our budget. That does not sit in NAR's budget. That sits in the capital administrative, the capital projects administration's budget. They control those funds. So as indicated, give an example, the Morris FX Gym pool, formerly known as Berman, we had $4.5 million in hand to renovate and close that pool and add a splash pad. And when the project went out for bid, the lowest bid came in $7.9 million, $3.4 million over budget. So we couldn't go forward with building that because we didn't, and that was the lowest bid, came in at 7.9. There were some that was higher, right? So what we're seeing and experiencing is when these projects are going out for bid, the anticipated costs and the analysis that was done by the architects and engineers are now seeing that the amounts that they're assuming it would cost are saying, these professionals, they're coming in over. And so now they're actually taking a step back and looking at how these bids are coming in. And before putting them on a street, they're trying to identify additional resources. So those are two reasons why projects that were promised to break ground at a certain time, either the bids are not coming in or they're not even putting them out because they know the funding is not there. Because they know the funding is not there.
And what about when bids don't come back at all?
Yes, now that's something that happens as well, to where that something goes out for bid and bids don't come back at all. So what they do is, I guess the capital projects, they look at the bids and they put it back out. They'll put it back out for bid, but if I'm not mistaken, they try to communicate with different companies and firms to see why they didn't bid, you know, what was the reason or cause that they didn't bid, try to make any adjustments and or corrections, and then put it back out to bid.
All right, to move away from that, I have some, I guess, non-budget questions or issues that was brought to me
Sure.
as recent as yesterday or last night. One, security at facilities, at night games, or just when they have games. Parents say that's not enough security. Explain NARD's, how does NARD get security or ask for security?
Sure. So basically what we do is we go to NOPD's secondary employment group and we reach out to them for security. We give them the schedule of games and we ask them to provide NOPD officers at those games, and we pay for those NOPD officers out of the NARD Foundation. Often enough, unfortunately, they're not able to get an officer there. But then also we communicate with the districts that the games are being held in, and we ask the district commanders, we give them the game schedules and ask the district commanders if they can deploy a unit out there or officers out there. And most times they either send a unit to sit outside of the gate, or they have a unit that will pass up and down the street, and often the officers would get out the unit and come and sit at the park. So those are the two different routes. In the past, NARD had hired security guards that was there. That's not effective. In the past, we've had deputy sheriffs. That's not effective. The only thing that we've seen to be effective is NOPD officers. And it's unfortunate that we have to have NOPD officers at 5- and 6-year-old football games, 7- and 8-year-old football games. It's unfortunate that that has to happen because the majority of the times that they're there for crowd control with parents, you know, more or less than any other situation that would take place, you know. And it's unfortunate that we have to do that, but it's something that we do and have to do.
Thank you. And what about I guess it's EMS or medical providers?
So we do not have them. Our kids range from ages 4 to primarily 12, with 4 teams being the 13 to 14 years old. If we emphasize on having EMS there, it would be the 13 to 14-year-olds for the more impactful football and the contact sports, and also for the middle school as part of the agreement with the middle school sports that EMS is there, because those kids range from 13 to 15 years old for middle school sports. But what we have done and what we will continue to do is reach out to Tulane Sports and Medicine and the other hospitals about sending out the trainers to come out. And that's something that we're trying to get them. We had that before COVID hit. We're trying to get that back in place.
And the last question I have, and then we'll go to some public comments. I think this topic may be discussed more in depth in the public comments. The partnership that NARD has with travel, essentially all-star teams playing in NARD, in the NARD ranks. How does that work? Or is it allowed?
We don't have a partnership. There's no partnership with NARD in travel programs. There's no partnerships. Basically, as Councilman Thomas indicated that he did as a kid, and as you done, same as you have done as a kid, kids are allowed to participate in travel sports. They're allowed to participate on all-star teams outside of the normal NARD sports that have never been prohibited in NARD. And those kids, whether they're playing AAU basketball, they still play NARD basketball. Whether they're playing USSSA baseball, they're still playing NARD baseball. Whether they're running on USA track, they still run NARD track, right? So those kids, as long as a kid is 1, an Orleans Parish resident, and 2, of proper age, we do not deny them the ability to play NORD sports.
So are those, so you have a travel team that practices at a NORD facility. And that travel team said, no, on the weekends, we are XYZ team, but during the week, we are a NORD team. Is that allowed?
If those kids are Orleans Parish residents and those kids are of legal age to play the sport, we cannot deny them the ability to play NORD recreations. So that's no different. To give an example, Councilman King, you played for the New Orleans Stallions, which was an AAU basketball
St.
team.
Bernard Stallions.
You're absolutely right. Correct me, because now they go by the name of New Orleans Stallions. But you played for the St. Bernard Stallions. But in the same, and you guys competed at a high level every weekend. But in the same sense, y'all came back and played NORD every weekend. I mean, throughout the week. It's no difference. It's no difference. If those kids are Orleans Parish residents and those kids are of proper age, they are permitted to play NORD sports. Now, the challenge is if that kid is not an Orleans Parish resident, and if that kid is not of legal age, we depend upon the coaches, the opposing coaches, to submit a protest as in their rule books that's given. And when they submit a protest, the NORD reviews the protest, identifies it, and whatever rules and the punishments that are in the rule book is enforced. So as we know that coaches talk about kids playing travel ball, we have minimal protests that we receive on a kid's eligibility as it relates to their age and as it relates to their domicile, right? So, but if they submit them, we do the proper investigation of that kid, whether it's getting school records, getting whatever requirements to verify that that kid's Orleans Parish resident. But being honest with you, Councilman, it's hard to tell a parent that lives in Orleans Parish that you can't take your kid on the weekend to play more advanced sports. They have a choice. You either play NORD or you pay this. And that's at 5 and 6 year old. And that's at 7 and 8 year old. And that's at 9 and 10 year old, right? So how do you tell a tax-paying citizen who live in the city of New Orleans their kid can't play sports in NORD because you're letting your kid play on weekends with an advanced team?
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we'll have more dialogue about that.
Okay.
With the cards. First, we have Mr. Jesse.
2 minutes, huh? All right.
Yeah, some leeway.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna run through this real quick. I just want to say first of all, an idle mind is a devil's playground. Recreation is a pathway to great things for our kids. I'm gonna say this real quick. At the age of 6 years old, my son, 30 years ago, at the age of 6 years old, I dropped my son off at Sterling Park. Guy told me I can leave and go, taught him how to swim. He's 36 years old now, never forgot that experience. So he loved it so much until he became a certified diver, and he dives all over the world, okay? Beautiful places. His next trip is going to be in the land down under, Australia, okay? But having said that, it's a key component to everything, so I just think, I hope you guys get your funding, okay? So now I want to move forward since we're talking about funding. Let's get to the crux of things here. And I really need you guys' undivided attention. I'm going to go through it quick, Mr. Geruso. All right, I see you looking at me. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read fast. Our community, this is in reference to Garden Plaza for all of you who are not familiar. Our community looks forward to having offers that come as a result of non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices. Separately, because it's clear that we will need relocation assistance for a relocation cost, inclusive of moving expenses, we are looking for 3 things The first two should happen tomorrow during the regular council meeting. Number one, approval fund for residents of Gordon Plaza relocation fund for relocation assistance cost and moving cost. The board will like draft be provided to us today. I'm gonna say it again. The board would like the draft to be provided to us today. Number two, name and approve easily accessible funding source at the same time, November the 3rd, to accelerate this process. Number three, to communicate clearly and quickly with our involvement, when and how we as residents will be able to access these funds ASAP. No need to drag this past Thanksgiving period. I'm done. Thank you. I'll be waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Jessup. Next, Mr. Durrell, Craig Durrell.
All right, I'm Mr. Craig Durrell. I'm a certified barber. And I've been in the community for 15 years with these kids. I'm a volunteer coach at Goretti Playground of the 9 and 10-year-olds. And I want to speak on the funding for the kids. As a coach, you shouldn't have to buy equipment for a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Mr.
As
Durrell,
a coach, you shouldn't
Mr.
have.
Durrell, you could maybe just straighten the mic out,
Okay.
speak a bit.
As a coach, you shouldn't have to buy equipment for kids, and you guys are being funded for it. As a coach, you shouldn't have to buy uniforms for kids, and you guys are being funded for it. For the kids that's unfortunate and have single household parents, we have to turn them around. And when we turn them around, they turn to the streets. So I'm here to say we need funding for the kids, uniforms, and and we need justice for our kids' playoff game that was played Tuesday last week, right? Now, two kids had a tie-up. It was a push and shove after a play. We were down 20-6 in the fourth quarter. They had 6 minutes left on the clock. We had 3 timeouts. The kid got stopped in the backfield of the opposing team. He immediately got up and pushed my kid in his back. My kid retaliated. The guy on the chains was Mr. Roman, I believe. He's a NORD supervisor or whatever it is. So he immediately grabbed the chains and told the refs to go home. And this is a playoff game. So we proceeded to email Mr. Larry about the situation the next day. And he granted us to play the rest of the game. So on yesterday, they told us that we couldn't play the game, and the playoff game would be proceeded at Joe Brown Park yesterday. So we took it upon ourselves to go stand in the middle of the field and not let the game proceed because, I mean, it was no explanation of why we couldn't finish the game. So that's another thing that I wanted to address today.
Mr. Durrell, you can stay there. Mr. Barabino, can you first address the cost of buying, the need for the parents and the coaches to buy equipment, and then the incident last night?
Sure. First and foremost, Coach Durrell, I want to start by thanking you for being a dedicated and volunteer coach and working with our kids. You know, that's something that I always commend those persons who take their time out to do. With saying that, you know, as mentioned in my budget, we're receiving some funds now from State Representative Hughes to purchase some needed equipment to be distributed to all the parks in this districts, which will include Goretti. So we will be providing some assistance as it relates to equipment out at Goretti. Also with that, Councilman Thomas has also, with Cox funds, have donated $500 towards Goretti that will go to that as well. But every park was provided helmets, shoulder pads, and equipment. And the challenge that NORD has faced was the coaches allowing the kids to take the equipment home and it never come back to the park. But then also we have some parks that have successfully grown as it relates to the number of kids that have come to the park because they're successful. But we're committed to provide the additional equipment to the parks. But one thing that we ask the parents is to understand, and the coaches to understand, that when NORD provides the equipment does not belong to the kids. The equipment should not go home with the kids because, you know, it does not often enough, if the kid quit playing or et cetera, the equipment does not come back, right? But also with that, as it relates to the jerseys, every single NORD team has jerseys that's playing. Often enough, you see the teams with the custom jerseys with the kids' names on the back of them. You know, the NORD cannot buy personalized jerseys yearly for teams and for the kids to have, because if NORD provides it, it again belongs to the park, it belongs to NORD, and it's supposed to be reused. And most of the teams that you see are customized, personalized jerseys that they change out each year. And listen, we have nothing against that, but you know, it's hard for NORD cannot afford to replace jerseys yearly when they're customized. Also with that, to talk about the situation that transpired is, I received the full reports from the Referee Association. I received the report from the persons that were out there. Technically, based upon the reports that I received, there was multiple fights that took place during the game. It was parents and coaches being irate. The coaches were asked to control and calm their parents. It was one situation to where that the parents approached the side, they were on the sideline and approached the field. The officials and the NORD staff at that point did not feel safe based upon the behaviors and the actions of the parents coming out of the stands. Coach Roman is the assistant athletics director. In agreement with the officials, they ended the game with 5 minutes and some seconds in the game. Score was 20-6. After everything was brought to my attention and we internally talked about it, I agreed to allow them to finish the game with no spectators. I received an abundance of emails from parents of saying, if I can't be there, my kid can't play. And with that, then also I received an official email from the Referee Association that indicated, because of the behaviors of the parents of taking the down markers from the NORD employees and threatening to hit them with it, the different actions that took place, the officials say that we're not going to send officials to finish that game. And that was the challenge. That was responded to the Goretti Playground site supervisor, that was the stance that was taken. And it's unfortunate that these 7- and 8-year-old kids are being punished for actions of the adults that came out of the stands. It's very unfortunate of that. But but that's kind of where we are today with that.
Coach Durrell, I'll give you a quick response, and then we'll go to Mr. Morris for core.
Okay, on the equipment part of it, I've been coaching at Goretti for 5 years, and I've never seen a piece of equipment come through from NORD, yet alone a uniform. We only get uniforms with names on the back because we paying for them. NORD has not yet, have I seen them give us a uniform yet. In regards to the game, as far as the parents acting out on the field, I thought we were supposed to have security there. I'm there for the kids. I can't control what's going on with the parents. So if the security was there, the game would have went on and I'd have been in my bed right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Durrell.
I mean, one note is it's documented that Chevron funded helmets and shoulder pads at the tune of a few thousand that was distributed to every single park and playground. Now, I can't say if it was before Mr. Durrell got there 5 years ago or not, but it was distributed to every single park. But again, in my budget, you'll see that I have a $50,000 line item to purchase additional equipment to distribute to needy parks. And also with that, as indicated from State Representative Hughes, have allocated $125,000 for his district and specifically for equipment to be disseminated to the needed parks in his district. And that's definitely our plans to make sure that once that money is in the foundation, that we will buy that equipment and distribute it to the different parks and playgrounds.
So Coach Durrell, that's almost 200,000 in monies for new equipment. As far as the situation last night, there seemed to be conflicting stories, your side, my side, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. I wasn't there, but I got some video last night or this morning. Was the game finished, Coach? Was it finished at all?
No, I don't think the game was not played. I think they got in the field and protest to prevent the game from playing.
Well, is there, maybe offline we discuss a solution. I don't want to monopolize the time, but we'll talk about it once this is done. Mr. LaCour. And then Jordan Michael, is that it? Is that correct? You'll be the last person.
How you doing? Morris LaCour, professional known, P-Town Mo, artist and influencer down here in New Orleans. I'm here to speak on the situation with my team, with Goretti Saints, 9 and 10-year-olds. The situation at hand, when the assistant director who was on the chains, who forced one of the parents off the chain so he can control the chains, which is in the rule book, you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to supervise the game. I was the person who grabbed the chains once the referee said that the game was over. I walked up to Roman and said, "Sir, you cannot call this game with 5 minutes left." He said, "Coach, those kids are gonna fight." I said, "Those are 9 and 10-year-old kids, and we parents. 3 of them played. 3 of my kids played." I'm like, "We parents, those kids ain't gonna fight. How they gonna fight? We can control that." He said, "Coach, let the chains go, the kids gonna fight." I said, how are they gonna fight? You understand me? How are they gonna fight? I'm the one holding the chains. Then a parent came out and told him, these kids, they can be doing anything else out here. They're getting killed at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, pulling on car doors, doing all that. That's what she came out there and told that man. And her son is a quarterback who plays for the 11 to 12-year-olds for Goretti, who's being all these schools want this boy to complete. And her other son plays with my kids. You understand? So she came, spoke on that. You feel me? I have documents from the other team. There was no fighting out there, no altercations, none of that. Whatever was going on in the stands was in the stands, bro. You understand? They had no altercations, no 5, nothing, no none of that. And then the referees, 2 of my partners. And when I got the call from Craig, when the man said they didn't want to play because they talking about they were scared or their life was in danger, I called my partner who wore a white hat. I said, "Boy, you told Mr. Larridge, it's my first time meeting you, I don't know you." I said, "You told Mr. Larridge, a man, them you were scared to come ref." He like, "Scared of what? I'm a security guard at one of the worst clubs in the city. What am I gonna be scared of children for?" You understand? So the man lied about that. I don't know what's going on with this man character. You understand? Who you got hired, bro? You hear me? But a lot of stuff gonna fall on that man's head. A lot of stuff. You feel me? We go through, this is my first year. I took my kids out of another parish to come play at Nord because I felt like theirs was better. I played. I was a star running back. You understand me? I played in Nord when Mr. Oscar was over Nord. You understand? And I got cheated. You feel me? We played Saturday, and by Wednesday, they said I was overweight to play in a playoff game. After that, I'm 13 years old, bro. Check my record. After that, I'm in jail. I'm in Conchetta. I'm in Scotland. You feel me? All the stuff y'all was talking about earlier about the children breaking out Bridge City and all that. I went through all that because they took that football away from me, man. You understand? And cheating, man. That's not what's supposed to happen with this law, bro. You know, it's sad that we played a game Saturday in Slidell. Every call that was made was justifiable. You understand me? Those dudes gave us a clean, clear game. How we have to go way out here in other people's parish to be treated right. You feel me? And then the travel thing, that's a whole team. And one of the coaches asked me to get 3 of my kids over there to come play with his team. You understand me? They have kids from St. Bernard Parish, from the Night Walk, all that playing on that team. And I know none of them live in Algiers. You understand? So it don't matter because we line up and play whoever. You feel me? But if you're going to play it right. The travel thing, yeah, that's cool. That's all cool. You understand? But if you're going to play it right. Ain't no way those kids supposed to really be playing against these kids. They're the same age, but we have kids who coming this year to come play ball. And you got these kids who been playing since they're 5 and 6 years old. So they take the best of the best, put on one team. You understand me? And try to come run through Nord. But they want the kids there. You understand? Nord want the kids there because if they leave, they ain't gonna have no kids. You understand? So that's why I feel like y'all allow them to play so kids could be there. You dig? But they got to play it right, man. Right is right, wrong is wrong, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you can ask anybody in the world who know me about me. I stand on business. I stand on real principles. You understand? I had to be a man before I was a man, bro. I stand on real principles all the way around the board.
Thank you.
You feel me?
Thank you, Mr. LaCour.
Real talk. You're welcome, sir.
And stick around. We'll talk to you once it's done.
All right. Thank you,
You
bro.
got some time.
For clarity, so let me say this. I agreed to have the game to happen without spectators to finish the game. The sports officials, the guy who runs the sports officials, so sent me an email stating that they will not officiate that game. So it was not on Noah, he made that call. And so that's why that game couldn't happen. And again, at the same time, I received emails from the parents of complaining that if I don't allow them to be present, that their kids won't play. They won't, so.
Can I say one thing, sir? With Nord, they have a 2 forfeit rule. You understand me? If you forfeit 2 games, you're not allowed to go to the playoffs, right? Is that right, sir? I don't
know the details.
Okay, well, that was in the rule book before we started. You understand me? And that team we played had 2 forfeits. They say you allow 1 default, meaning if something happened with your family or anything like that, then your forfeit wouldn't count as a loss. It'll be a loss, but it wouldn't be a loss. It'll be a win for the other team, though. You understand me? But the 2 forfeits that team have, we have footage of them playing travel ball, which he said we play on Wednesdays. We had games on Saturdays. They forfeited 2 Saturday games to go travel and play ball somewhere else.
Let me move this along. I promise you, once it's done, we gonna have a conversation, and if Mr. Larry can stick around, the 3 of us. But let me keep the meeting moving. So
okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, bro.
Mr. Jordan, followed by Stephen Waldron. Then we have some online comments.
Hey, y'all, how's it going today? Cool.
Good to see you.
What's up, Larry? Hey, Frank. Just want to commend Nord real fast. Thanks for your help at Odell Davis Playground. Thank you for the shout out there, Mr. Green. And I appreciate you guys getting the lights on, getting that thing moving. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First most is at the community budget meetings, there were, I think, 3 things that kept showing up, which was blight, roads, right? And then Nord. Larry, how many times did you speak at the community budget meetings? Every time? Pretty much. Yeah. And so that's where I see, how does this community engagement process work where we're saying one thing, the whole community is showing one thing, and then we're seeing another thing. Sure, we might be cutting down the extra fat with personnel, but at the worst case scenario, we got surplus, right? The coaches do go out of pocket. We're all going out of pocket. Nord depends on the community to show up. You guys know about Youth Day. You know about me. You know we've been going out of pocket. for this. And that comes with partnership. There's a whole bunch of different things that work here and going through the right proper channels. However, seeing that support, seeing that program support, seeing that extra money be there, that little bit extra, even it is a little bit extra, would go a long, long way. To have to rely on booster clubs, or we have to rely on volunteers like myself, it's kind of unsustainable there, y'all. Like, getting the people around that park has been a full-time job for a year. Of course, I do in sprints because I got to, live. But it's been really worthwhile. From 12 to 7 that day on Sunday, there was kids that showed up at 12 noon and they didn't leave till 7 p.m. That was a beautiful thing to see. A couple of those kids are wheelie kids. And actually with that tennis court, just want to make a mention, mixed use would be great there. Skating rink, community loves that. And that would start meeting the kids where they're at. Also, while I'm here and I'm advocating for Odell, could y'all specifically put in a line item between $8,000 and $16,000 for a site facility manager? That'd be great. Because I know I've reached out to you about that. You said that personnel got cut by $1.5 million. Guarantee you I can get that filled. So that's a position that could be filled. So $8,000 to $16,000 at $16.81 for 48 weeks or 20 hours a week. That's how much it would be. So please put that in there. What else I got? Oh yeah, the architect showed up for that event as well. So having our contractors involved with our community members would be really important, and making sure that these community spaces are envisioned by the community themselves. I really don't have much for y'all. I just want to say I appreciate you guys. I want to say the Nord is important. I understand there's a lot of little things and how you're saying, Mr. Morel, how it needs to probably be restructured. I know Councilwoman Moreno's office was talking about that as well. I think we should look at these certain things, but more in line, we shouldn't be cutting fat from Nord. If anything, let them have some fat. Just be efficient with it, y'all, and make sure you're meeting the community where it's at. Obviously they care.
20 seconds. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, 20 seconds. I'm cool. I'm out.
All right.
Don't sit down.
Those are
Don't sit down.
Two quick things. So first, I didn't get a chance to comment on this before when Councilmember Thomas brought it up. I think the focus on booster clubs is important, but it's important also to recognize that when you have a booster club centric program across the city, it becomes have and have nots, because they have parts of the city where booster clubs are very robust. And in particular, when you think about the most robust booster clubs in the city, they tend to be in areas that have a very much higher socioeconomic status.
I wanted to say that exactly, because
Right,
it's not equitable.
So I think that I certainly appreciate time and money booster clubs put into it, but we can't rely upon booster clubs to supplement these programs. Nord is the baseline, but we have to be able to go to communities, because the communities that don't have booster clubs, many of them are the ones that have the most need. And so I think that we need to be able to allocate resources based upon the demand for programming in certain areas, and whether or not there's a booster club there should really be immaterial. And more importantly, I will tell you from my experience as a council person, the booster clubs in a lot of ways are self-sustaining. They don't ask for much because they're already doing it. I mean, you don't ever have to worry about anyone at Carrollton saying we need jerseys. Their entire program takes that into account. Then you go to Goretti and you got people paying out of pocket for jerseys when they're trying to figure out, well, I don't want my kid to be the only kid on the team without a jersey, but I really can't afford a jersey. So then the coach is going, well, I know you can't afford this jersey, so I'm gonna buy this jersey. And suddenly you've got someone who's gone beyond volunteering. They're now basically like recreational Santa Claus. And many of these coaches, they're not independently wealthy. So when they're going and buying that jersey, that's not from disposable cash. Now they got to figure out how to make out that money. So, I mean, I think that to your point, Jesse, and you're dead on, we should look at the money we provide Nord as not an opportunity of where to cut money. We should really be giving it more money.
I agree with that. And my name is Jordan.
Jordan, sorry.
No, you're right, JP. And word to what Council Member Thomas there was said about the median income and the neighborhoods we're looking at, right? Because I'm going out of pocket, everyone else is going out of pocket. We can't be relying on booster clubs, and it is not an equitable. You're right, it's not equitable, because we're talking about areas where we're already struggling, right? And it's hard to get enough to get donations. So like what happened this Sunday, I went out of pocket for that completely, because it's hard to ask people to come up with the money for that. I was paying volunteers because they're all struggling. So looking at a more equitable response to these neighborhoods, especially if you look at like Bunny Friend, Coach Cook over there, he redid the baseball field for Nord, right? And I think I mentioned that before with you guys. Coach Cook showed up for that one. And then we look at our Sampson Playground and Desire, right? So we're looking at all these places that need this help. And when we're talking about crime and we're understanding that, hey, those jack cars are showing up back there, these kids are just looking for a place. We got to make sure we're at least meeting the community where it's at. That's why I would love to see like a matching dollar situation. If I raise $50, can the city show up and give me 50 more? You know what I mean? Can we do something like that? Has that been done before? I don't know. PALs, can we get the police involved in that way? Can we expand upon that? That'd be great. There's so many things here that can be done, but right now it feels like it's falling on all of us.
Jordan Rook.
Yeah.
That's Councilman Green had a comment as well. Let's keep it rolling.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Let's keep it rolling. Look, I just want to take time, Jordan, to thank you. With Youth Day programs that you've done, such as the one at Bunny Friend, with what you did on Sunday at Odile Davis, that makes a tremendous difference. And when somebody like you has put themselves out and you've been involved with the development of the mural, for example, at Bunny Friend and also Odile Davis, and nobody kind of compensated you for that, or the person who did it. But I just want to make it clear that that is the solution in the long run for a lot of what we're facing is activism and people who are getting involved and doing things. So I appreciate it. The beginning, the lights at Odile Davis is just the beginning. There'll be a lot more that goes on at Odile Davis. The architect, as you said, was there. It's going to take corporations potentially supporting it. But I do want to make it clear, the Booster Club is just an organization. NORD can fund a booster club at a park. You know, very honestly, they can just make money available. So I want to make that clear. Larry, I guess what you're hearing today is a strong support, at least amongst, you know, the council members who commented, for everybody who's here, for potentially you suggesting to us places that we could have some resources made available. And I suggest to you that booster clubs is one. Maybe every park in a income area that's maybe income challenged could have a stipend that supports a booster club in ways that don't lead to anybody being, you know, held accountable in a way that is odious to them. You know, the bottom line is that let's look at that as an opportunity. But I digress. I just want to say thank you, Jordan, for the murals. Thank you for bringing the people out on Sunday. Thank you for what you've done with Youth Day. Let's continue that throughout the city. It does make a difference, and you're absolutely right. And I'm going to echo it, and I'm going to be redundant. There were some kids who were there on Sunday from 12 until 7 because they hadn't seen much activity at that park, and they live right around the corner. Let's keep that up.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks for all your continued support.
All right, no problem. Next we have Mr. Waldron. And while he's coming up, I don't know if you give money to a booster club, who are the people that's going to run that booster club and be responsible for said money?
It's always a challenge, but it has to be done right. It would be the incorporators, just like a neighborhood association. There are neighborhood associations that are incorporated, and they actually get grants from the private sector and all, but you have to have in place the bylaws, the rules, so that people don't fight more than one person signing a check, and it really needs to be incorporated.
So what you're saying is the booster club needs to already be established, have the members in the
community
structure set up, and then possibly NORD comes in and fund it.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Yeah, well, Councilman, for the record, NORD has the proper procedures and layout for booster clubs, all the requirements and all that's already established.
Good.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Waldron.
Good morning. My name is Steve Waldron. I live in the East. I'm very proud of Joe Brown Park. Thank you very much. My mother lives in the Pontchartrain Park. Very proud of the Pontchartrain Park. My issue today is that the Pontchartrain Park tennis courts are surrounded by a beautiful golf course, basketball courts, track, community center. All the things around the tennis courts look great, but the tennis courts are dilapidated. They've been dilapidated for many years. I heard today that Coca-Cola and Essence have volunteered a huge amount toward refurbishing those courts. We'd like to know the tennis community. A lot of people began their tennis careers playing at Pontchartrain Park. We'd like to know what that amount is. Is it sufficient to rebuild those courts? Soon, you said in the first quarter of next year. Can community involvement be a part of that development process, and what can we do to facilitate that?
There's no funds coming to NORD from Coca-Cola or from Essence. Basically what we're going to do is go into an agreement with them, and they're going to have their own architect, engineer, and their own construction contract that's going to come out and fully renovate those courts. That was their pledge in July of 2022 to make sure that it happens. They made the announcement that it will happen in the first quarter of 2023. So we look to see that this project happens between January and March of 2023. But there's no monies that's coming to NORD or the city because they're going to manage that whole process.
So does the city not have any input as to, maybe they want to build 2 courts, 1 court?
No,
what
we're
does that
renovating all 10 courts. There are 10 courts out there right now. They're going to renovate all 10 courts.
All right. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Maybe you can give Mr. Barabino your contact information, and then you might share it with the private sector developers who want to participate. I'm sure that they'd be open to hearing from the community. You know, it'd be important. There's something that the community is going to suggest that they may not have thought of.
Sure. Well, we've been in communications with Ms. Gretchen out of that community. She's fully aware, and she have normally been the person that have stepped up as the president, if I'm not mistaken, of that neighborhood association. And we've been providing her with the information. She's been aware of this since its inception, since the announcement was made. And she has always been our go-to person, but I do not have a problem with definitely exchanging information with you and talking further.
I'm here on Ms. Gretchen's behalf today. So I have talked to her. We're on the same page with that. Thank you. I appreciate it. The online comments. Thank you.
We have 3 online comments. The first comment comes from Joan Garner. They aren't a paid representative, and this is for informational purposes. I am following up on comments made by Councilwoman Palmer in response to my public comment regarding NORD during last year's budget hearing on November 12, 2021. I have reviewed the video from that meeting, and I quote Councilwoman Palmer when she stated that I agree with the person that we do need geographic equity when it comes to programming. My hope is that after we get all of these facilities fixed up, that the programming follows, and it really needs to go where it is needed. The fact remains that there is not geographic equity in programming with NORD, especially concerning the West Bank of New Orleans. Morris Jeff in Algiers has the potential to offer programming similar to Joe Brown on the East Bank, but the swimming pool and tennis courts are still in disrepair, even though plans have been stated to the community about repairs. Residents in Algiers are taxpayers just the same, but do not have equitable services. I'm asking once again for geographic equity and the budget required to support geographic equity and diversity of programs, including outdoor programming, photography, music, swimming, etc., throughout the city, but especially on the West Bank of New Orleans. The next comment comes from Terrence Neely. They are not a paid representative, and this comment is in support. Good morning. As a former gamer, gaming has allowed me to expand my imagination and creativity. It has also allowed me to find my calling in the IT field. I am in full support of bringing esports to the city of New Orleans and for NORD to add to the list of recreational activities for our children. And the last comment comes from Brandon Hutchinson. They are not a paid, well, they are a paid representative. They're representing NOLA Flight Esports, and they're in support. Good day to all. My name is Brandon Hutchinson, the owner and founder of New Orleans' only premier esports organization. I am unable to attend today due to currently serving in the United States Army and stationed away from home. NOLA Flight Esports is the premier esports organization based out of New Orleans, Louisiana. The main focus of NOLA Flight is to provide a professional esports team to the people of Southeast Louisiana. Another area of focus is to also provide an inclusive and competitive gaming community in the Southeast Louisiana region while helping facilitate esports awareness in the Gulf South region as a whole. We plan to accomplish this by building the NOLA Flight brand around the culture of New Orleans while heavily focusing on the residents of New Orleans' passion and love for their sports teams. Having an esports complex built in the city would attract major events and bring in major revenue for the city as the esports market continues to expand. Not only would it allow organizations such as ourselves, as well as local high schools and colleges to have a venue as a home field, It would further legitimize the esports space in New Orleans and allow our staff, competitors, and content creators a base from which we can accomplish community outreach and provide resources to the youth in order to facilitate their success and accomplishment of their goals in regards to esports. High schools and colleges are investing in esports programs and facilities. Major cities such as Houston, New York, Los Angeles, etc., have also invested into esports infrastructure. And I believe New Orleans deserves to have access to this booming industry as much as any other city or region in America. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, as I know it is valuable. Brandon. And that completes the online comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Looks like esports is a very popular idea. Mr. Barabino, last comments. Any closing comments?
I don't, because I'm still up here with Parks Millage, so I won't be leaving yet.
All right. So if you could have Parks Millage come up while they're coming up, can we step to the
Yeah, but with that, let me say this. I want to thank you all, and I want to thank you all for your dedication, commitment to service the residents and citizens of New Orleans. And also with that, I want to thank you all because each of the council members have always been a phone call away when needed with NORD. And also I appreciate working with you guys and bringing the concerns to me when they do exist in your districts. So if there's anything that we can continue to do to rectify those, please continue to forward those to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we've made such tremendous progress today, my office is going to be in touch with the coroner about coming on a different day. I just don't think we're going to be able to get through everything. We appreciate everybody's patience. So we'll get through the Parks Millage. We know we have the police monitor in the back, and we'll be in touch with the coroner about seeing about a different day. I just wanted to do this because I thought this was a good inflection point. At this moment, it's not only required by law under the CEA, but also the importance of showing what happens, as the mayor said, when we have good governance and about using millages properly. And so before us today, we have NORD, the Office of Youth and Family Services, Audubon, City Park, and Parkways. So Ms. Wolf, I don't know if you're going to make the presentation.
I'll kick it off.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here.
Yeah,
Thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. Great. We will be brief. I know it's been a long day so far. So with me, as you mentioned, we have representatives from all the different park agencies, the major park agencies in the city. That includes, of course, NORD. We also have Ms. Shimen here, who's representing Audubon. We have Kara with City Park, and then Mike with Parks and Parkways. You're, of course, going to hear from Mike and from, you just heard from Larry in their own budget presentation, but we're just going to specifically cover an update around the Park Millage. So just to remind folks, in 2019, voters approved a ballot proposition that redistributed funding across the 4 major park agencies that are sitting up here. They pledged to use those dollars in order to increase programming, improve maintenance, and address environmental resilience. The agencies also, as a part of that ballot proposition, agreed to sign a cooperative endeavor agreement that would commit each agency to partner on joint initiatives to increase coordination and access to parks. This included things like equipment sharing. You're going to hear, about coordination around hurricane response. And then, of course, the work on the citywide parks master plan, which is the biggest, most robust space that all of these organizations are collaborating around. And I do just want to mention before I move on from that slide, this just shows the breakdown around how those funds were redistributed across the 4 park agencies and what that looked like. So from here, I'll kick it off to Shimen to talk a little bit more specifically about Audubon.
Good afternoon. At Audubon Nature Institute, we use our millage funds. Again, we did take a reduction in those funds so that we could share in this partnership. And we're grateful for the opportunity to be partners with all of these wonderful agencies and their representatives here. So at Audubon Nature Institute, we use those millage funds to maintain operations, facility services, and security at Audubon Park and facilities. We paid debt service on bonds issued to support capital projects, including aquarium and insectarium renovation that you've heard is underway right now, architectural and engineering planning for improvements at all facilities, upgrades of mechanical and electrical systems at all facilities across all of the council districts where we operate, and habitat and public space updates to improve guest safety and animal welfare, again, at all facilities and parks where we operate in all council member districts. Okay, I will turn it over to Kara for the city park update.
Yeah, next Kara Lambert with the City Park.
All right, thank you for an opportunity to be here. I have a long history in Parks and Recreation, and you hear about park partnerships all the time in cities, but rarely do you see one as real and as vibrant as this is. And I'm very proud to be a part of it. While we do receive less millage than the other partners that are here, this amount allows us to move the needle in City Park, particularly around core park functions, trash and sanitation, safety, and then continuing to invest in our severely aging facilities. You'll see I got a little bit exuberant in my presentation, and I think it has the finest print. And that was the edited version. So I will just hit a few highlights. I know, I'm sorry, council member. I will just hit some highlights. We are really trying to invest in the infrastructure to improve the park user experience. We're sick of driving through puddles, but also continue to make sure that City Park is a green sponge for the whole city. We want to make sure that park users feel safe. You'll see that we put a lot of investment into increasing FTEs. As we know, parks are powered by people. And then we want to make sure that our parks are a place of access and equity. So we continue to pull as many free events possible as forward, including some really exciting collaborations, including that with the Louisiana Philharmonic. Additional highlights, which I'm really excited to say for the city of New Orleans, is that City Park is going to be partnering with Central Park to host an urban park roundtable where we are able to share our collective experiences in disaster recovery with park agencies from around the United States and the world, and also listen and learn from them as well. And I'm proud that the partners here will also be participating in that. And then, as you know, we are preparing for a acre by acre master plan, which will be absolutely informed by this community. We know that parks are more than just ball fields, right? That they are centers of wellness. And we look forward to City Park continuing to serve and improve the lives of New Orleanians. Thank you.
Larry stepped out, so I will give Nord's brief update. You already heard a lot about their plans for 2023 and accomplishments of 2022. Their millage dollars have covered, of course, personnel, facility maintenance, program operational support, and bucket truck. These were promises that were made during the millage campaign and that they followed through on. And of course, Nord is unique in that there's a mix of both general fund dollars and millage fund dollars that support their organization. Anything else to add to that, Larry?
Yeah, the only thing that we haven't accomplished in that is the bucket truck. And we're hoping to try to get that this year. And that helps us to where that we don't have to depend upon the contractors when we have to change bulbs and balances on lights because we depend upon them heavily. And that would help us tremendously to more or less shorten that window of having lights repaired.
Is that just caught up in procurement, Larry, or just a supply chain issue?
Both. Well, it was definitely supply chain, definitely supply chain, because even right now we've been green lighted to rent one, and we're on the list to rent one at this point to have until everything goes through to purchase it. But supply chain has been huge. Definitely a huge challenge.
Do you have an anticipation date of when you may have the bucket truck?
I can get back to you on that, but right now we're working with Joe Threat and his team on renting one to have now. But I can get back to you on that information.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And then Mike with Parks and Parkways.
Good afternoon. Parks and Parkways role in the millage reallocation is focused on enhanced services through our grounds maintenance and forestry divisions. And just to speak to a little bit about what you were just discussing, Councilmember Giroso and Larry, we're in a position where we've completed purchase on a number of items for our forestry division, a track loader, a chipper, a dump truck, and we're completing purchase of a bucket truck. And with that, at the end of 2022, we're anticipating arrival towards the middle to end of 2023. So it's putting us in a position where we're seeing these benefits from the millage reallocation in better effect on the equipment side in 2023. Our personnel allocation has been enhanced, and we're working through challenges there with the living wage increase and also with some transportation issues. So we're finding that we're able to enhance services now, even with the older equipment. And we expect in 2023 that we'll be in a much better position to show those enhanced services through grass cutting services and our grass cutting division and our forestry division.
Thank you.
Great. So I'll move us on to, as I mentioned at the outset of this, one of the major components of that 2019 proposition was that the park agencies here would work together on a citywide parks and recreation master plan. And I just want to start by saying, I think that a lot of what we heard this morning in terms of some of the feedback from council members around park access, around programming, around maintenance, and questions around that. We think that this process, this citywide parks master planning process, will help us to address a lot of those issues by being able to better inventory what we have, how it's doing, come up with longer term capital maintenance plans, and make sure that programming is evenly distributed throughout our communities. So last year, and I guess our role in this, the Office of Youth and Families role in this, is that we backbone this effort. And so we wrote a grant to the National Recreation and Parks Association in order to carry through and implement this parks master planning process. We received that grant, just one of 8 communities across the country that were able to receive that kind of funding. Design Workshop is the consultant that's been selected to work on this plan. They've worked on citywide parks master plan all over the country. This plan is going to focus specifically on increasing equitable access to parks and building environmental resilience throughout our park system. We are really excited and are going to be looking forward to engaging directly with all of the council members, along with the public directly throughout this master planning process. The direct community engagement piece of it will kickstart right after Mardi Gras. So that's what folks can look forward to. So as I mentioned, this park master planning process will include an inventory of all the city, parks, green spaces, and recreational facilities throughout the city. Beyond the 4 agencies that are sitting here, will also allow us to look at other land, green space, and recreational facilities that are owned, maintained, and programmed outside of the 4 here as well. We'll be able to develop neighborhood report cards on park and recreation access and equity. So again, speaking to a lot of the issues that were brought up here today, we'll be able to have that neighborhood snapshot, which I'm excited about. Additionally, we wanted to note the community engagement will include a really robust design of surveys, along with public meetings and focus groups. Again, most of that is kicking off after Mardi Gras, but before that, we're doing a lot of stakeholder engagement with nonprofits and other park asset agencies throughout the city. Design Workshop is also going to hire and train residents who will actually serve as park ambassadors to implement some of the more creative outreach efforts to engage communities who may be typically underrepresented in planning efforts. So, Council Member Thomas brought up earlier specifically an idea about going out to our parks and playgrounds and speaking directly with residents. And that's the kind of engagement that you're going to see throughout the citywide park master planning process, and that we hope will inform a design to make sure that our parks are equitable in terms of access, and that we're fully leveraging their potential to create environmental resilience in our city. So with this, I want to just mention, of course, looking ahead in the 2023 budget, this is a breakdown of all of the millage funding that's estimated, of course, to come in for each of the different park agencies. And that's based upon that formula that I presented at the beginning part of our presentation. And so with that, I think we'll take any questions.
Oops, I'll start. I want to ask about the master planning process, and it's a point I've raised particularly with the park, is that the city is doing a drainage study in mid-city. They're going to do one in Navarre, and they're going to do one for Lakeview as well, although there's a thin line between what is Navarre and what is Lakeview, but that's how they're designated. I just want to make sure that everybody's talking to each other. That is just my major concern, is that the city DPW has a study, that Sewage and Water Board, that the park planning processes, GNOF, all these groups that have a finger in what is going on are on the same page, not duplicating efforts, understand what's going on. Because Emily, what you said resonates with me, and I know the park has said this too. which is communication is everything. And I just want to make sure internally, externally, that not only are we really talking, but that people understand what each of those things is doing.
I completely appreciate that. And when we had the initial kickoff meeting with the consultant, we talked about a big tent and really wanting to make sure in this effort that we're including everybody's voices that we can as possible in order to make sure that we're reducing those that duplication. So what I would love to do actually, council members, share the list of the stakeholders that we've already brainstormed that we want to make sure to engage in some of this initial community engagement process. And share that with you so that we can get feedback. If there are folks that we're missing, we'd be happy to. DPW is definitely at the table. Absolutely. Sewage and Water Board, philanthropic groups, like you mentioned, are also at the table. So we'll be sure to take any other suggestions around.
Great. And again, this is a sort of, we're asking everybody since we haven't heard from capital projects. So I'm just going to go down the row. I just like to know how much everybody either has submitted or is submitting for capital projects. Larry, I don't know if you may have given us a number for capital projects for Nord overall. Do you have a back of the envelope?
I didn't, but that number is around little over 40 million in projects for Nord.
Okay.
It's a little over 40 million.
And that covers obviously all of the facilities, city.
That's the capital projects only. Yeah, it's a little over 40 million in funding projects.
Okay, we're just going to reduce Councilmember Morel's salary to make that happen. All right, Shemin for Audubon, are there any capital or do you know if there's capital project asked, or do you want to get back to us?
I will have to get back with you. on that.
Okay.
We're asking you for any.
Ms.
Thank you.
Lambright?
This year, we submitted for simply one project because we believe so strongly in the importance of this investment. And it was about $5.8 million for stadium upgrades, particularly at Tad Gormley Stadium. Tad Gormley supports over 26 local schools, and it operates at about a $200,000 loss per year. And that's without us even beginning to get to proactive maintenance or significant repairs. This would just be the first phase to improve security in particular, and lighting, general upgrades, and to address some areas that maybe are just honest safety concerns.
And is that just for Tad Gormley or for Tad Gormley and
It actually has a track for Pan Am that is peeling up, and it also gets really significant use right from our area schools and community organizations, as well as a small amount devoted to the timing track, which is also an important kind of adjacent support service to the track to tracks.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen?
Council member, to speak to our $4 million citywide green space enhancement pool. We have $1 million of that has been committed to a contract for citywide tree planting, which has been, a contract has been signed and the notice to proceed is set to occur probably in the next month or so.
Okay.
And so that'll be over 1,200 or close to 1,200 trees, specimen grade being planted citywide. And then the remaining $3 million pool of that funding is to go towards park enhancements citywide. And so we're working with that pool for a variety of park infrastructure improvements that have been needed for quite some time. So we're really excited about that.
Okay. Is there anything else, Michael, in terms of facilities you have that need? And I mean, I know it's a dangerous question to ask, but as long as we're asking.
Well, our two major, or focus on our three major parks, Brechtel, Armstrong, and Joe Bartholomew Golf Course. No major improvements at Joe Bart at this time. We're working on a plan with state capital outlay funding for Brechtel.
Okay.
And we're using a significant portion of the bond funding for improvements at Armstrong.
Great. Okay. All right. I that's it for me. I thought Councilmember Morel was there. Would you like me to imitate each of my colleagues and ask you the questions that? No, I just want to say I appreciate the presentation. I wanted to do it primarily because remember, for all of us who lived this, as we went through the process early on, there was hand wringing about how would this work? What would it look like? Would everybody be at a table? What could we show that had been accomplished? And my wife tells me I should be out of the I told you so business, but this is one of those times where you can take a valedictory lap for the way that money is spread out and showing the work about that's being accomplished for it. And I think not only the work that's being accomplished, but the work that's being accomplished in so many different spaces, whether it's at playgrounds, parks specifically, making sure that things, I mean, Michael, so much of what we ask you to do is clean up. All of these things are incredibly important to our residents. And I want to thank you all for being here and making things easier for us. It's very much appreciated. So with seeing an empty dais, unless you guys have anything else that you want to talk to us about, we appreciate your time, your efforts, and for being here as long as you were
I don't
today.
think so. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
opportunity.
And Emily, I'll look forward to following you up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
all right.
I'll
Hang-
email you
hang-
as well.
Thank you. Let me take a small little break to see if I can go scrounge up some colleagues for IPM, because this is I mean, all of these are very important topics, but I know there's been some public interest in this, so I want to just see if there's some folks in the back and kind of see where we stand. Thank you all.
Good one, man.
I thought you like that. Yes, I do. Sent it to